Introducing Clearasil Close-Up, Nancy Callahan from Valley High.
I've bought lots of medicines for my pimples and oily skin. And Super Strength Clearasil works, even close up. It's true.
Because Clearasil works both inside a pimple and outside. Inside, it kills bacteria, which dries up the pimple with an ingredient dermatologists recommend. Outside, Clearasil soaks up all the awful oil. You can't beat Clearasil. It works inside and outside.
That's why I'm doing this close-up.
You're relaxing, you're hungry, it's the end of the day. Domino's Pizza just a phone call away. From the phone to your door, no one offers you more. And Domino's Pizza is fast. And Domino's Pizza will always be delicious from the first bite to the last. That's friendly delivery.
Call one of the 25 locations in and around Columbus. Limited delivery area.
Experience the energy force of K-Tel's Power Play featuring Blondie. Brothers Johnson. Power Play is a gift of music with the Little River Band, the Knack, and Charlie Dore. Pat Benatar, Jefferson Starship, and Cliff Richard. The Incredible Journey. In tune with the 80s, K-Tel's Power Play, available at these and other fine stores.
Search presents The Encounter. You never know when you're going to wind up face to face with someone. With Search, you're always ready.
I think I was here first.
Wow, let's share the ride. Only Search has a great taste, plus a glistening drop of resin and a fresh, clean flavor to get your breath fresh enough to go face to face.
Where are you going?
Wherever you are.
Search, for breath that's face to face fresh, and now new sugar-free Search.
Of the leading monthly relief products, you know how many are formulated to relieve the three problems so many of us have? Only one. New improved Pamprin. In fact, a panel of medical experts appointed by the Food and Drug Administration found the ingredients in Pamprin safe and effective for cramps, temporary water gain, and simple monthly tension. So for relief from all three, take this, Pamprin.
New improved Pamprin. Real relief from cramps, water gain, and simple monthly tension.
The following is for mature audiences. It's Chunky. I'm Tina Louise, and I've loved Chunky since I was a kid. Only now I know why. Chunky's built for grown-up tastes, too. Not thin and flat. It's Thicora candy. And Thicora is more than the way Chunky looks. Thicora is the way Chunky tastes. A grown-up shape with deep, rich chocolate flavor. For mature audiences of any age, Chunky tastes Thicora.
Nestle Crunch, the blend of milk chocolate and crispy crunchies that's music to your mouth.
Creamy milk chocolate is the melody. Crispy crunchies are the harmony. The two together are music to munch. Let's hum a few bars of Nestle Crunch. Toast up and tantalize and have you feeling appetizing. Nestle Crunch is music, sweet music to your mouth.
Welchkins, wake up!
But it's the middle of the night.
But our grapes are at their peak of perfection right now.
And for Welch's grape juice, that's the only time we pick 'em.
So get picking. See, now they taste as sweet as can be.
Delicious.
So naturally delicious, we never add artificial flavors.
Or colors. That's Welch's grape juice.
Take it from the Welchkins.
Nobody else's tastes better than Welch's. Keep picking.
Share the beauty of a rainbow from K-Tel, the soft sounds of today's music. Also includes Sail On and I Pledge My Love.
Yes, I'm ready. Are you ready?
Plus Fire in the Morning and a lot of love.
Woman, don't you know it?
Rainbow, in tune with the 80s. Share it with someone special. Available at these and other fine stores.
Catch that Pepsi spirit. Drink it in, drink it in, drink it in. Catch that Pepsi spirit. Drink it in, drink it in, drink it in. Catch that Pepsi spirit. Drink it in, drink it in, drink it in. Catch that Pepsi spirit. Drink it in, drink it in, drink it in.
Save on Pepsi Cola in 16-ounce returnable 8-packs at participating stores.
When it's time for a thicker, chunky chocolate bar, but all you have is a thin chocolate bar, and you really want to bite into the deep, rich chocolate taste of Chunky, you could try to build your own Thickerer Chunky. But it won't work, because Thickerer is more than the way Chunky looks. Thickerer is the way Chunky tastes. Chunky, 4 delicious varieties.
I'm fruitsy tootsy, I've got fruit on my hat. Fruit is sweet and juicy and it's great as a snack.
I'm an apple and I'm crunchy.
I'm banana, look at me.
I'm strawberry.
I'm orange.
We've got minerals, we've got vitamin C. I'm fruitsy tootsy, I've got fruit on my hat. Fresh fruit's fun for a snack. Eat fruit as a snack.
I'm not ready to go yet, okay? I'm not ready. You gotta wait. I got shit to do. I'm in the middle of something, all right? Just hold on.
Watch your mouth or don't come in here.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh, yeah, people, come on, we're adults here. You know what? What is the point?
Yeah, we're adults here. I got a fucking Burger King fucking thing on my head. We're all fucking adults here, guys. People in my chat, 2 words. What are they? 2 words. Let me see the chat flood. Let me see the chat flood. 2 words. Okay, next caller. Please. Let's get into the meat and potatoes, which translate in American to dick and balls.
I got flip-flops. These are my flip-flops. Yeah, I really like my flip-flops because I can put them on. Because look, watch me put them on. I can put them on all by myself. Watch me put them on. Look, are you watching? Look, these are my flip-flops.
Thanksgiving Day. I remember it clearly. It was Thanksgiving Day. I was inserting myself in somebody else's fucking business as a cash grab, and you know. This channel is harsh reality.
Karen Yak se jodió la sucia vida. Amen.
This is Jonathan Lee Riches. I have cheeseburgers. I'm gonna put cheese on them. I'm gonna make sure that I have my hamburgers because I'm a big boy now and I can make the hamburgers. My mom lets me use the stove now.
And I'm just like, wow, I like receipts, and they brought receipts. Like they had evidence to back up everything they said. And I'm like, okay, well, there's got to be another side to this, right? Like this can't. No, this is too fantastic.
Yeah, because you're not going to just jump to the conclusion that there's a conspiracy amongst cops to cover up a murder. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean cops and just like soccer moms and shit. Like that's what made it even crazier. Like,
yeah, get it, Betty. Yeah,
did you have a close relationship with your mom?
Get it, Betty.
Oh, of course, I still do.
Yeah.
My older sister was kind of sad. She was more of the prissy girl that like going
that is
and
the best shit fucking
shopping for the dresses with mommy. I was the tomboy that liked playing with the people.
Shout out to Cherry for just being just easily the most faithful and loyal supporter that I've ever had. That someone could have that tenacity with loyalty. And I'm really blessed to have someone like Cherry be part of this channel and in my life. So it means a lot. And yes, I named him after Mr. T and Rocky. Say, woman. Say, woman. Say, woman. Sit your old man ain't got no heart. Why don't you come down to my apartment tonight and I'll show you a real man. Oh my God, I'm so in love with this little dude. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and wrap this one up. I love you guys very, 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 very much. And we will do this again very soon, my friends. Oh, say bye. Say bye. Oh, I love you too. Give me a kiss. Oh, I love you. Bye, guys. Woo! Good evening, people. Happy Sunday. Hope everybody's doing all right. So I imagine we're gonna have a pretty uneventful week coming up. Tomorrow is Memorial Day, and maybe I'll do a live tomorrow. I'm not sure. But of course, Tuesday will be a full day, I believe, and we'll go ahead and stream the trial as usual on Tuesday, and then the rest of the week is nil. So Yeah. But I'll do my best to keep you guys entertained. Because I know a lot of us are going to be chomping at the bit. But yeah. Oh wait. Oh my goodness. What? I think you know what's happening.
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Dad, 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 dad. I think we got a super dad. I think we got a super dad.
Little Irish girl, thank you so much. Congrats, Will and Sherry, on 30K. Love and appreciate you both. Yeah, man. Thank you so much for that. And thank all of you for that. Seriously, man. That's still something I can't really wrap my head around. So it's pretty wild. Oh, you like the shirt? Yeah, I like it too. It's a little bigger than I like my shirts to be, but I love the shirt though. Yeah, so Nick Rocco was in the chat earlier. It's all set up, it's all set to go. Susan Constantine, January 8th, 7 p.m. right here on this channel. Susan Constantine, behavioral expert, body language expert, behavioral analysis expert, and body language expert. June 8th, 7 p.m. Did I not say June? I thought I said June. June 8th. June 8th. Next month. Very soon. Like less than 2 weeks. Did I say January? I'm sorry I said January. Sorry. June 8th. That's why Nick does the promotions. That's why I don't. So yeah, June 8th. June 8th, 7 p.m. Yeah, Susan Constantine. I'm really looking forward to that. I am really looking forward to having a conversation with her. Yeah, it's going to be really, really interesting. I'm blown away by the fact that I'm going to get to talk to her about this case and about these people who have been testifying. It is a fundraiser though. Okay. It is a fundraiser. You will have to donate $10 or more to Karen Reed's defense fund. Nick Rocco will be sharing that through the Facebook group. And he was here earlier. He shared a link when this stream first started. And if you don't have Facebook, there is the alternative that you can do it through Cherry here. How it works is you're going to have to send a screenshot to Nick Rocco of your donation receipt. And you're going to or send it to Cherry at the address that at the email address that she just posted in the chat. So yeah, that will be that is the stipulation. The idea here is to raise money for Karen Reed's defense fund, because Jackson and Yannetti and Little are not cheap. And as I think it's pretty obvious as to why, because they are doing an excellent job. And there's the Facebook page. Nick Rocco is in the chat sharing that link as well. So if you're on Facebook and it's easiest for you to donate through there, preferably donate through there. So if you're on Facebook, preferably donate through the Facebook page that Nick Rocco is sharing. If you don't have Facebook, there is the alternative option, which is through the email address that Cherry has shared in the chat as well. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to that. Now, I've got to. There's a couple things I want to discuss. What we're gonna do today is we're gonna go over. I'm gonna speed it up, obviously, and I'm gonna try to get this done as much as I can, as quickly as I can. But of course, there's we went over this live, but I like to go over these things with the ability to be able to pause and add commentary, and share my thoughts, especially having already seen it. So that's what we're going to do tonight. And before I get into that, yeah, it's funny, these people who are just so fixated on the myth that Karen Reed is actually guilty are really starting to unravel, come apart. I find that really fascinating. These people on Twitter, you've got Plevin, you've got this mass whole mafia idiot, you've got this other person whose name always escapes me, Vickers, whatever, she's a fucking idiot. And yeah, and to just listen to these people who are just so fixated on this idea that Karen Reed is guilty, regardless of the evidence that's right in front of their face. And Plevin just continues to say, you have to look at the evidence. You got to look at the evidence. Dude, that's what those of us over here are doing. Yeah, she is from those days, Cherry. Yeah, because she keeps bringing that up. They keep bringing up the whole Michael Long shit, which is just really funny, because I stand by my opinions on that. And I stand by my opinions that the family court system, at least the family court system in Collin County, Texas, is absolutely corrupt. And if Michael Long reaches out to me and wants to talk about it more, I am still willing to do so. And I'm still willing to fight for his right to a jury trial, which he was denied his constitutional right to. Yeah, he was denied his constitutional right to a jury trial and sent to jail. And so that right there should disturb everyone here. So I'm very, very I still have very strong opinions about that. My opinions of that have not changed. And then I realized that there are some difficulties about that. And seeing as the most credible person who also fought for Michael Long on that was Rakeda Law. And we all know what is going on with him now. So that's a little difficult. But I don't know, again, when it comes to Nick Rakeda, or Rackets, as he's known in the community. I have some opinions about that, but I have very thin opinions about that, seeing as I don't have all of the information. And I refuse to form strong opinions about it until I have all of the information. And I just love these people who I mean, listen, let's do something here real quick. Let's do something here real quick. Okay. This is somewhat against my better judgment, but I'm gonna do it anyway. And I'm gonna do it anyway. So I have the entire I'll play this in regular speed here. I happen to have the entire live stream that was deleted, but I'm gonna go over the parts mainly in question here. Now, here's the thing, and this is gonna piss some people off, but the truth is, I really don't give a fuck. But I want you guys to see what I'm looking at here, and you know,
why did you ring the bell? I don't know. And Medicare says, is that an Xbox refrigerator on the back table? Lol. Yes, from Target. It looks like one blurred out. Yeah, it does. A $1 million contract. Red says, would you let Aaron feed your kids canned spaghetti? And he cooks around, I guess. Are you talking about SpaghettiOs or whatever? Look, if you're going to come to my house and cook my kids SpaghettiOs, just do it right. Just do it right.
Did I get past the...
Can you cook SpaghettiOs? Never trust Keffels with a kid. Oh my God. They're going to do one of two things. Chop off the male child's penis to put in Keffels' butthole.
See, this is what I'm talking about.
Then they switch a fresh butthole. Keffels, while they're taking
now,
out the industry. And you're like, goddamn, how much butthole do you have? Keffels like, more. Get the fuck out.
Here's my problem with this. Like, here's my issue, okay? I see everybody's like, oh my God. First of all, everybody's like, this is titled like deleted Coke stream. Like, first of all, I'm not saying he wasn't on Coke. I'm saying that there's no, I mean, this is not the behavior of somebody who's on Coke. This is somebody who's who's of the behavior of somebody who's just wasted drunk. And the thing is I'm not throwing stones at this guy because I've been this wasted drunk before. Okay. On live streams. It has happened. And I'm not proud of it. But I see these comments, man. I see these comments, you know. This is a cry for help, and he needs help. And that's easy to say now that he got arrested, you know. But here's the thing is as I understand it, I mean, what was the date on this? The 20th. As I understand it, this warrant was issued on the 23rd? It was issued on the 23rd, and then okay, so the warrant was issued on the 16th. Okay. So all right. So never mind then. But my issue with this is that, like, some of the people, and I won't name them, but some of the people who are saying, oh my God, this guy has a problem and blah, 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 and he needs help and blah, blah, blah. I've been on live streams with at least one of them back in the day who were drinking too, drinking alongside with me, alongside with somebody else who I was on a live stream with. And is this in excess? Absolutely. But a lot of people who drink, like, go into excess. Now, had he not been arrested for what he was arrested for, because this, before he even got arrested, this was blasted all over the internet. Everybody was like, oh my God, did you see him? Did you see him? And it's like, dude, listen, it's real easy for people to fucking pass judgment. If you were at a party with this guy and you were drinking too, and you were not as inebriated as him, and you saw him this drunk, you would be laughing at him. You wouldn't be sitting there all judgy going, oh my God, this is a cry for help and Nick needs help and blah, 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 blah. You wouldn't be doing that. You would not be doing that. Everybody's sitting here. Look at this shit. So sad. Very sad. Dude, get the fuck out of my face with that shit. To me, that's not necessarily sad. It could be. It's sad now that we know that he got arrested. It's sad now that we know that, you know, he got the charges that he got. But anybody who drinks has a time or two where they drink in excess. That is not cocaine, by the way. That is not cocaine. Everybody keeps saying it's the drugs. That's cocaine. That is not cocaine. That is just sheer drinking too much. I'm not saying he wasn't using cocaine. I'm saying this behavior is a result of someone being too fucking drunk. Clearly way too drunk. And if everybody was, if you are somebody who drinks recreationally and you are at a party and hanging out with this guy, you would be laughing at his behavior at this. You would be going, dude, go to bed, bro. Like, just go to bed. And then all of a sudden, everybody's a fucking enabler. It's different because he happens to be on a live stream. It's different. The rules change all of a sudden because he's on a fucking live stream in the privacy of his own fucking home after his kids are already fucking asleep. All of a sudden, you got to judge this guy and say, oh my God, this is a cry for help and it's a problem. Like, maybe it could be, but you don't fucking know that. You didn't know that when you started clipping this shit before he got arrested. You didn't know that shit when you started clipping this shit and blasting it all over the internet for content. And all of these people that are talking about it and talking about it and talking about it, yeah, right. Thank you, Cherry. Like, none of you have done this shit. Yours was just in private. Exactly. Fucking bunch of hypocritical motherfuckers. Everybody was like, oh, did you see? And then they come up with these excuses to use the shit for content. And they get to look like nice people, like good-hearted, caring, empathetic people who are like, oh, poor Nick, he needs help. Poor Nick. That's not fucking your place to do that. Because just like this dude said, it's not your place to fucking do that. You don't think that this dude with a fucking law degree and a practice and a family and a wife with children, you don't think he has other family that he could reach out to and get help? Who the fuck are you? I'm talking to all you motherfuckers, every single one of you motherfuckers, lawyer or not lawyer, who have YouTube channels who are using this shit for content. Fuck you, you hypocritical, sorry motherfuckers. Every single one of you. That's not your place. And you sit there and use the shit for content and mask it with, we care so much about him. No, you don't. No, you don't. Because if you fucking cared about him, you reach out to him in private and talk to him. You wouldn't blast this shit out there and clip it and play it as fucking content. Period. Like, it's so annoying. God, man, being part of this community can be so depressing sometimes. It can be so fucking depressing because it's just full of fucking people that are like, oh my God, we care. Tell me you don't care without telling me that you don't care. You know what I mean? Like, seriously. Having these long live streams, paneling with fucking 5 or 6 people and blah, blah, blah. I heard one girl got clipped. There was one girl who got clipped and she was like, oh my God, they were like, they blamed this girl or this girl blamed the chat for this. Let me see if I can actually find that real quick. Give me 1 second. Because I need to play this because this shit is so annoying to me, man. whoever the fuck this guy is. I don't know who the fuck this guy is, but I'm gonna find it in just a second. Maybe that's not it. I don't know. Hold on. God, look at these titles. Nick Rekieta lost it. This shit blows my mind, dude. Like the bullshit. Like, and some of these people, I feel like they actually believe their own bullshit. You know what I mean? Like, that's what blows my mind. Some of these people actually believe their own bullshit. So I don't know who the fuck this guy is.
Megan Fox happened to be this one of the wine. I would call her like a wine aunt. She's like a wine aunt from the locals chat that was hanging out with Rekieta for a while and showing up on his streams just so that he could get like a woman on screen for his audience, which was like brain damage at that point. But she blames us, I think. Let's take a listen.
He's dying in front of our eyes. Like anybody that denies that shit.
His soul, his spirit is dying too. And the last couple of times that I've been on with him has been really difficult for me. And I love him. And it's been difficult because he's not there. And I know he's not there. And everybody knows he's not there. And it's been really hard. It's just, when I first met Nick, it was right during.
Okay, this isn't. I know that that's Tug and Megan Fox talking right now, but it's not the channel that I'm referring to. They clipped that. This is some other dickhead.
It was during the Johnny Depp trial, and I did a stream with him. He invited me on, and we had such an instant connection. It was always familial.
Bro, he has a wife. I know it may not seem like it, but like, come on. If your wife, if a woman is publicly saying, I feel like an instant connection to you, and your wife doesn't immediately shut that shit down and say, like, you're not talking to that woman again, she doesn't love you. She doesn't give a fuck about not connecting. If a woman is publicly saying, I feel like an instant connection to you, and your wife doesn't immediately shut that shit down and say, like, you're not talking to that woman again, she doesn't love you. She doesn't give a fuck about you.
Whoever that is, are you fucking retarded? Are you a fucking idiot? How in the fuck does someone say that they had an instant connection with somebody automatically mean that they're interested in them romantically or sexually? How in the fuck did you get that out of that? I didn't get that out of that. I got a creator who felt the same way about certain things connected on that level with Nick. Period. That's all I heard. I don't know Megan Fox. I've never really listened to her. I don't know. I'm talking about what this is being clipped right here and being twisted. And saying that your wife doesn't give a fuck about you because she didn't shut that down because some person that you paneled with says that they had an instant connection with them. There were many, the majority. I mean, dude, you know how many female creators that I have paneled with, that I have had instant connections with, that I have never even thought of on that way, in that manner? Because we feel the same way about certain things in regards to true crime cases, about general things in life. Doesn't mean anything. Doesn't mean that we're interested in each other sexually. Doesn't mean that we're interested in each other romantically. Doesn't mean anything like that. Doesn't mean anything like that. This is what I'm talking about. People like this who clip this shit and take what's happening with Nick Rekieta and use it for content and then act like, oh my God, poor Nick. He's got a problem and we care about him. And these people don't care about him. And then now everybody's in this fucking weird competition over who cares about Nick more. None of you motherfuckers do. I'll tell you that shit right now. None of you motherfuckers do. Because if you did, you'd reach out to him in private and you'd keep this shit private as much as you can. You would do the best in your abilities to keep the shit private. You would not blast the shit and regurgitate the shit over and over and over again while saying that you care, because you don't, because the embarrassment sucks for him. There's no need to humiliate someone who's already humiliated themselves further. There's no need to do that. There's just no need to do that. Like, we're going to have a virtual intervention. Hey, Nick, I don't know you, but shut the fuck up. Like, that shit is so fucking, it's so annoying. It's so irritating. It's so frustrating. And it sometimes it just makes me fucking ashamed of even being part of a fucking YouTube community, man. Like, it's seriously annoying, dude. No, not you, Nick Rocco. It's right. Like, I mean, yeah, either reach out to the guy in private or mind your own fucking business. You know what I mean? Like, I don't fucking know Nick Rekieta. I've never had a conversation with the guy other than him acknowledging me once in his chat. Going, oh, you talked about the Michael Long stuff too. Yeah, we should do something sometime. Cool. Yeah, that'd be great. That is the extent of any conversation I've ever had with Nick Rekieta. And why is it that I've had such little conversation with this guy and I have enough decency to be like, this is a private family issue with him and the rest of his family and his real loved ones, his true loved ones, who are burdened with the responsibility. And I use that term loosely, burdened, but it is to some degree a burden, for sure, of course. They might deny that it's a burden, but of course it's to some degree a burden. But to you leave the shit to them, man. You leave the shit to DCFS, or you leave it to the cops, you leave it to the judges. Now, it's a different story if there's some persecution and we also now know that the law can absolutely be unfair. We also now know that courts can be corrupt. Nick Rekieta knows that the courts could be corrupt. People who have discussed things with Nick Rekieta, who claim to be his friends, know that the court systems can be corrupt. And I'm not saying that's the case in his case. I'm not saying that at all. We don't know yet. But all I'm hearing are different versions of the stories of what happened. I know what his charges are, and that's it. But I need to read a police report before I start making judgment. I need to hear Nick's side of the story before I start making judgment. And guess what? If I never hear Nick's side of the story, still none of my fucking business. Still none of my fucking business, man. And guess what? It's none of yours either. So at least be honest. If you're going to use the guy for content, just be like, hey, I'm a fucking asshole and I don't give a fuck about this guy. And this is fucking great content. I know I'm going to get a lot of views for it. So this is great content. And that's why I'm doing it. At least do that. But don't do it under the fucking bullshit guise of we care. And start catering to a demographic of people who have convinced themselves that they care, when they don't. I mean, God, man, it's so fucking annoying, dude. It really is, man. It really gets on my fucking nerves. See all you full of shit motherfuckers with your fake fucking empty fucking hearts. Fuck out of here. The fuck out of here. So now that I'm fired up, let's get back to why we're here live.
One, two. Now, Ms. Higgins, what's up on the screen? Is that what you have before you exit 104A?
Yes.
And as you just mentioned, these are text messages between yourself and Ms. Reed. Is that correct?
Yes.
And on what dates did you first receive any communication from Ms. Reed?
January 12th, 2022.
And prior to that, had you had her number or did she have your number as far as you were aware?
No.
You had never communicated to her via cell phone or any other means prior to January 12th, 2022?
No, I had not.
So initially, you received a text on that date from an unknown number. Is that correct?
Yes.
And from the text before you and what's up on the screen, as far as there are gray bubbles on the left, blue bubbles on the right, which is you and which is Ms. Reed?
The blue bubbles would belong to myself.
You know what's funny about this is like clearly the side of the screen that this picture of Smirnoff Ice is like, I mean, this is a dude who talked about how he drank whiskey and what was it? Whiskey and what was he fucking drinking? hold on.
I think we got a super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat. Super cat. Super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat.
Whiskey and ginger. Jerry D, thank you so much. Fire. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Yeah, whiskey and ginger. Whiskey and ginger. And I, already, that's pretty vaginal in my taste, but in my opinion, that's pretty vaginal. But this guy's gonna drink. He's showing off and sending pictures of Smirnoff Ices to Karen Reed. 6-pack of Smirnoff Ice. Like, ooh, check this out. Like, bro, like already your man card's pulled. This is like the first text thread that Lolly shows on the screen, and it's already his man card's pulled already, but it gets worse.
So the other bubbles will be Ms. Reed. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And so that initial communication you received on January 12th, 2022, that's about 8:27 p.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what was the content of the message that you received?
Jameson,
you want me to read it?
Mine all.
Hey, Brian, it's Weed Whacker.
And how did you respond to that?
Question mark.
And if it's helpful to you, sir, if you can't see the screen sort of from where you are, you can read along in the exhibit before you.
Okay.
Now, as far as that communication is concerned, is the Weed Whacker, what, if any, meaning did that have to you? Or
So ultimately, it was based off a interaction with the defendant, kind of a nickname that she adopted.
And how did that nickname sort of
Yeah,
come to be, or
it's
what
true.
transpired between the two of you? That
Like for real, like if I tell Cherry that I'm drinking scotch, she's like, traitor. I said that in a Boston accent, but she calls me a traitor and I'm like, I'm not fucking Irish, man. Like I could drink fucking scotch all day if I fucking want. What are you talking about? I'm not fucking Irish, but Jameson is usually my go-to whiskey. Like if it's my go-to whiskey, unless like if I'm feeling really saucy, I got a little bit of money to spend and I want to drink something nice, I'll buy some 12-year-old scotch, some mid-shelf 12-year-old scotch. I like that stuff. Ali, I was referring to Nick Rekieta, not Nick Rocco, Nick Rekieta. But yeah, it's just chill. And thank you so much, Ali. I appreciate it. The Weed Whacker drawing is the icing on the cake. Yeah, that's coming up. Thank you, Maris. Appreciate it. But yeah, like if you're Irish, I get the feeling that if I know that Cherry takes full pride in drinking and drinking anything but scotch. Like, don't drink scotch. And let Cherry know about it without expecting to catch some shit. It doesn't matter how good it is. She doesn't care. Single malts only. Agreed. Yeah. Single malts only. If not, if I'm just drinking whiskey just to get drunk, it's Jameson for me. I'm going with Jameson. I won't even drink American. Like, I won't even go Jack Daniels. What's funny is that's Cherry's go-to is Jack Daniels. Figure that one out. But anyway, it's definitely not Smirnoff fucking ice.
So I was leaving, I believe, my residence one day in Canton, traveling down Pleasant Street. I saw the defendant along the side of the house on the Pleasant Street side using a weed whacker, and I gave kind of a beep of the horn. And
you know what I love about this chat?
Gave me the finger.
You know what I love about this chat? I played that very little brief clip because I didn't want to like sit there and make fun of Nick, you know. But I wasn't about to sit there and criticize him either, you know. But I wanted to give you guys an idea of what everybody was clipping. And nobody here, there was like maybe 2 people that were like, oh my God, he needs help. Most everybody else was like, dude, I live in Boston, man. Like, this like, that was my cousin last night. What do I Nobody saw that as shocking. Nobody saw that shit as shocking at all. I love that. You know, I sure as fuck didn't.
So I realized that she clearly must not have recognized me possibly because of what I was driving. I was in my work vehicle. So I spun the vehicle around, and as I pulled up to roll down the window, she said something to the effect, "Get the fuck away from me. My husband's a Boston cop." And then I rolled down the window more, and she clearly recognized me, who I was in that vehicle.
And did that become sort of a recurring theme in subsequent conversations that you had with Ms. Reed?
Yes.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to page 6 within that exhibit before you.
All right. Sorry. I'm sorry to keep talking about Nick Rekieta, but let me just make one last point. One last point when it comes to Nick Rekieta. Here's what's going to happen with Nick. Either he's just going to shut his fucking channel down in shame, right? Or he's going to take a little time off, deal with his issues, whatever they may be, and then come back strong, right? Or he's just going to come back and say fuck you to everybody and then continue doing exactly what he's been doing. But I mean, the thing is the guy has been drinking on live streams with a glass of whiskey forever. Like, as long as I don't think I've ever watched a stream where Nick wasn't drinking. Nick Rekieta wasn't drinking. I don't think I've ever watched a stream where he wasn't. But everything was all good up until he drank a little too much. You know, everything's all good until he gets sloppy drunk, which, dude, if you drink, who doesn't get sloppy drunk from time to time, man? It happens. But because it happened on a live stream, everybody wants to be all fucking judgy and high and mighty about it. But if it happened again at a party, you guys would be like, oh, did you see this motherfucker last night? Oh, hope you're feeling better today, bro. That's it. Like, nobody goes, oh, it's time to sit you down and have an intervention. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
They're not numbered, right, Mr. Lally?
I'm sorry?
They're not numbered. Is your copy numbered?
No, Your Honor. Not that I can see.
They're not, so be cognizant of that when you ask questions. Thank you.
You know, I believe they are. That's why I hesitated. It's sort of in the middle of the page, facing sideways.
Oh, my apologies. I have it now. Very small.
So just on this page, directing your attention to the bottom, it sort of goes on to the next date of January 13th. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if I could direct your attention to page 7 of those text messages. And Ms. Gilman, if I could have page 7 on the screen. And sir, if you could read from page 7, and if you could just indicate who's speaking and what is being said in this communication.
So again, I'm in the blue bubbles. Did you try those Smirnoff screwdrivers? I stopped at the Hilly for one last.
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. I think we got a super dad.
Melissa McSweeney. Literally a Mick. I love it. Greetings from Ireland. Yes, you can't beat an Irish whiskey and the Guinness. What are your thoughts on Jackson being rushed at the end with Higgins? You can't end things like that. I'm going to get there. I hope I get there. I'm hoping I get there. But yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, I think that Jackson was absolutely rushed. But let me get to that, and then I'll give you my thoughts on that. But thank you so much, Melissa McSweeney. Top of the morning, tell you. But it's not morning, so. And I agree with Jerry. Guinness is gross. I can't do Guinness, man. Like, I can't, like, you know, it takes for me to get drunk on beer. Like, I have to like pound one after the other, and Guinness, just my stomach cannot handle. It will destroy my stomach. Yeah, it's way too much. I can't do Guinness. I can do Irish car bombs though. Those are good. I did those one night. And I ended up blacking out. Reports indicate that I was very much like Nick Rekieta in that video. And then I woke up in a puddle of my own piss. And guess what? It was my birthday. And then guess what? Everybody was like, ha, 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 ha. Look how fucked up you were last night. And I was like, ha, 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 ha. And then I went to work and everything was fine. Like, I mean, Jesus Christ.
For one last night. I said, haha, how did you get my digits? Defendant responded, the Melissa and Lito show. I said, haha, I thought you creeped John's phone. I said, haha, again. Defendant responded, no way. I was the last person in Greater Canton who didn't have your number.
Awesome, Nick.
I think even Kerry has it. I responded, what, with a bunch of question marks? I said, I just don't give my personal number out to anyone. How would Kerry have my number with a bunch of question mark? And the defendant responded, Melissa had it.
All right.
As far as in those communications.
Right there is where I would have been like, okay, well, cool. And then I would have either contacted John, since he was my friend, or I would have just ignored her texts. But most likely what I would have done is been like, hey, listen, the fact that you got my number like that, it's kind of weird. And the fact that you're John's boyfriend, I don't want any trouble. I don't need any bullshit. So just please, you know, I appreciate it. I'm flattered, but thanks. Let's just keep this as it was before I received this text. Nice and easy. It's real easy. I mean, it's not that difficult. And I'm not saying that he's totally the bad guy here, because, I mean, Karen had a boyfriend and she was texting this guy, and she was definitely not innocent in this. Most definitely not innocent here. But the fact is that this dude could have put an end to it. He could have shut it down right then and there. As a matter of fact, I would have shut it down right there. But in my mind, I would have been thinking, red flag, the fact that she went out of her way and got my number from someone else without actually asking for it. Like if she would have went into John's phone and gotten my number, or got it from some friend of hers that knew, I would have been like, that's fucking creepy. If a dude did that to a woman, a woman would have freaked the fuck out over it. Any self-respecting woman would have been like, what the fuck is this dude doing? Any self-respecting woman would have freaked out and been like, what the fuck is going, dude, what is this guy thinking? Like, nope. Probably blocked him. But that's not what this dude did. We know this because this goes on and on and on and on.
The reference the defendant makes to the Melissa Vito show, do you know what that means?
The two individuals that I also know from the hillside.
And the Kerry person that she refers to, do you know who that is?
I believe that's Kerry Curran, Chris Curran's wife.
Now, if I could direct your attention to page 9. And is everyone finding that page 9? And again, sir, if you could read from page 9 as far as that conversation goes, it just indicates whom is speaking at different points.
Okay, so the defendant said, I prefer weed whacker. I responded, that's the thing about nicknames. Defendant said, we were tossing around the idea of a short vacay with the current show, wanted to see if you were game. I responded, you don't have a say. I believe I was referring to nicknames. And I said, vacation where? Defendant responded, I know. They need to happen organically. I'm the queen of nicknames. Was just going to rent a beach house in, I believe it was supposed to say Fort Lauderdale. It's abbreviated. Something quick and easy. I said, Defendant responded, I'm the queen of vacays too. Always a good time. I responded, I'm going to Nashville next month, 19 to 21st for a benefit. One of our guys got shot in the head. You guys should come.
Jesus Christ, dude.
As far as either one of those.
Okay. So automatically this guy's idea of romance, or even like just any idea of like hooking up, because that's his intention. Make no fucking mistake about it. It's him sitting here acting all innocent and acting like she pursued him and he was like, oh, I'm too weirded out by this, is bullshit. Because here he is inviting her to Nashville, a place out of town, thinking, okay, she's going to go with her friend. So I'm going to Nashville. But why would you even say, dude, you don't, I mean, a benefit for a fellow police officer. Why not just say a fellow police officer who died in the line of duty or passed, not fucking shot in the head? Like, what kind of a dude that's okay, man. I can't imagine a woman reading that text and then being like, okay, cool, sounds fun. I'll see you there. Hey, so yeah, I'm going to a benefit in Nashville for a buddy of mine who got shot in the head. What do you think? Does it sound like you want to hook up while you want to get together for the benefit for my buddy who got shot in the head? No. No woman. I mean, any woman who goes, yeah, immediately, because even if I said that text out of being nervous, I'd have been like, fuck, I can't believe I just said that. Why the fuck would I say that? What the fuck was I thinking? Saying, why would I tell her about my buddy getting shot in the head? That's fucking crazy. And if she entertains that, then that's a red flag to me. Then I'm going to be like, oh, holy fuck, she's into it. She didn't reject me right then and there. I didn't blow this. Then there's something wrong with this girl. There's something wrong with her. And I'm not, no, scratch that. The next text would have been some sort of excuse. Hey, listen, I got to go, walking into a building, and then ghost, right? At least. I mean, but this dude thinks that it's somehow, smooth to be like, hey, so I'm gonna be in Nashville. I'm gonna be in Nashville, and it's for a benefit for a buddy who got shot in the head. That sound like something you'd be into? What? Like, I can't imagine a woman reading that. A woman that I would even think about putting my mouth on, looking at that and going, oh, when? I can't fucking even imagine that shit.
trips that you were discussing, do you recall any further discussion or any going on any of those trips?
Well, I mean, I definitely went to Nashville for that benefit for one of my coworkers. It may have been more a conversation about the Florida trip, but I can't specifically recall it.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to page 16, Ms. Gilman, if I could have that. And this is on that same date of January 13th, is that correct?
I believe so. The date's not at the top here, but I believe it is.
And again, sir, if you could read from that page of communication as far as who was speaking and what was said.
So there's a photograph of somebody with a weed whacker. The defendant said, "No, you're not a creep." I said, "Nope." She said, "You're kind of a loner," which I used to be. I responded, "No, not really. I have a ton of buddies, but I only let a handful of friends in that I'm tight with."
So again, you could tell this guy probably has never seen a vagina with the light on, or at the very least has no idea where the clitoris is or what it is. And because at this point, I would have been like, no, I would have been like, what the fuck is going on here? You know, like, this is the weirdest conversation I've ever seen. I've got to be honest. It is the weirdest fucking conversation I've ever seen between two people who are thinking about hooking up with each other. I've never seen anything like the drawing of this dude with a weed whacker, and he's like, there's not even like a laughter. They're not even laughing about it. He's just like ignoring. Like, I would have been like, wait a minute. Because I'm not saying Karen Reed's a creep. I don't think she is. I think she was just using him to piss off John. We realized, I come to this conclusion. I came to this conclusion later in the conversation, because when I was first hearing this, I was just like, what in the fuck is going on here? But I don't care that he had an ex-wife. I that doesn't mean anything to me. I don't even want to know the circumstances of that marriage. I don't know. I don't want to know. But at this point, right? Like, if Karen Reed would have asked me, "You're not a creep, are you?" I would have been like, "No, but are you?" Because I'm looking at a fucking weird drawing of a weird weed whacker from the fucking cartoon Adventure Time, and a guy with a weed whacker from Adventure Time or some shit. And I'm gonna be like, what's going on here? And he totally ignores it. He doesn't even laugh. He doesn't even entertain her sense of humor. He just ignores it, and then goes on, you know, with not really. I have a ton of buddies, but I only let a handful of friends in that I'm tight with. So you think you got me figured out? Circle of trust. Like, bro. Like, yeah, no, I'm not a creep. Are you a creep?
So you think you got me figured out? And then I typed circle of trust in quotes.
And sir, if I could direct your attention to the next page, number 17. Ms. Gilman, if I could have that. And again, sir, if you could read from page 17 as far as what is said and who was talking.
So the defendant said, "Yeah, I said loner, not loser. I assume you know a lot of people, PPL, people abbreviated. You never really can figure anyone out completely. Your dad died when you were young." And I responded, "He died in March of 2020. I'm so not a loser. You won't figure me out. LOL. Defendant responded, no one is a loser. I just didn't mean loner to imply friendless.
I'm so not a loser. You won't figure me out." I mean, and she's doing everything to like build the guy's confidence, you know, like she's like, no one's a loser. I just didn't mean loner to imply friendliness. I'm sorry. That's recent. It wasn't COVID, was it? And then he goes, cancer. So already this dude is the biggest fucking downer ever. Okay. Like, what circumstances is this guy used to getting laid under? Does he pick up women at funerals? What is this guy doing? Like, does he think that tragedy is hot, sexy? You know, no, I'm not a loner. And she's like, well, it wasn't COVID, was it? And he's like, no, the big C, cancer. Like that's gonna make Karen go, ooh, cancer. Tell me more, big boy. Like, what is this guy fucking thinking? Like, there's nothing about Karen Reed that indicates to me that this conversation is making her excited in any way, shape, or form. I am more and more convinced that she was not actually interested in this guy. I'm becoming more and more convinced of this. Like, there's just no fucking way. Like, nobody goes, oh shit, cancer, huh? Okay, I can make this work.
I'm sorry that's recent. It wasn't COVID, was it? I responded, cancer. Defendant responded, I know you date girls who don't lock the house behind them and you are private and observant. I'm sorry, what kind? I responded, long brain, kidney, and pelvis. How do you know all these things? LOL.
Turn your attention to the next page, 18. And again, sir, if you could read from that.
In the blue bubbles is me. I said, you're funny. Defendant responded, yikes. Wow, that's rough. Jesus, I'm sorry. We chat a lot at the hillside.
You're funny. Oh, okay. I guess that was the late response to the fucking Jesus. This guy's timing is way off too. Like, I guess this is his response to the weed whacker picture. And then she's way ahead of him here. Yikes. Wow, that's rough. Jesus, I'm sorry. We chat a lot at the hillside. Don't be sorry. Life is hard. Sometimes I always figure it out. Who chats?
I responded, don't be sorry. Life is hard sometimes. I always figure it out. Then I said, who chats? Question mark. Defendant responded, life is hard, but losing people is the hardest. So I'm sorry. We chat. I responded, that's all you got? We chat? Sure. You're from Brockton. Spit it out. Defendant responded, you and I chatted about the girl who kept forgetting to lock the door. I said, oh, she has been out of play like for 3 months now. And then I believe it starts to say out of rotation, question mark.
And then, sir, if I could direct your attention to page 20. And again, sir, if you could read from that.
I'm in the blue bubbles again. I said, I just got a Saturday invite.
Thank you, Maris Whitaker. Your impressions are spot on. Much love. Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Fight. The defendant said, did you say yes? Question mark. I said, not yet, with a bunch of periods, but did respond. Defendant said, what did you say, Mr. Elusive? I responded, no, I just don't want to intrude on your couples night. Haha, I'm shy. The defendant responded, we prefer to hang out with non-couples. Bob Gallery is probably coming too, solo. We'll probably do cards or something at some point. I'm inviting you. And I said, haha.
Now, sir, is that the Saturday night that's being referenced?
What?
Is that the same night that you've gone over at home at some point for the weekend?
Yes.
And if I could direct your attention to the next page, page 21.
Yes.
And again, if you could read from that page.
The defendant said, John said Brian's being wishy-washy now, in quotes. I responded, haha, did you tell him you texted me? The defendant responded, no. And then I gave a thumbs up.
Okay. Listen, homie, if she was really interested in you, she would not mention her current boyfriend. She would not do it, especially if he's your friend. There's no fucking way that she would ever even mention him. She wouldn't even want to think about him. Like, how are you not getting this? How are you not getting this? She wouldn't even want to be thinking about him. John is being wishy-washy. Now you're in the friend zone. You're in the friend zone. Now it's carrot rope time, homie. It's carrot rope time. You're the mule with the carrot rope in front of him. That's it at this point.
Then I said, you cranky now, question mark. Defendant said, haha, no, just stop being so anti-couples. Most couples don't even like each other. I said, name a few. Defendant said, name a few. I don't know. All of them. Question mark. They all want to hang out with single people. And then I said,
Okay. At this point, she's saying she just wants to smash. And there's no fucking way, okay? There's no way, no fucking way that her or any other woman doesn't already know. Women develop this instinct in high school, okay? They develop this instinct in fucking high school. Whether or not you're the guy who's going to be okay with a quick smash or just a purely sexual relationship without getting attached, she has to sit there and convince you about how couples are actually like, you know, we want to hang out with single people, blah, 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 blah. Like, she knows that like you're not the dude, bro. You're not the dude. Like, it's not. This is so fucking cringeworthy. I swear to God, this is so cringeworthy. Like, women, she already knows. She already knows that you are not going to know what to do once you have her in that position, and women generally don't want a man who they have to do all of the controlling in that situation. They have to initiate everything. Women, an aggressive woman will generally, it's very rare that an aggressive woman will do anything more than simply give you signals that are undeniable at best. That's what they'll do. And then leave it up to you to go, hey, so what's up? When is this going down? You know, I think you're hot, blah, blah, blah. Let's do this. You know, what are you doing this time? Blah, blah, blah. This is not, I mean, she already can see that if you are put in that position where you two are alone, and she knows that you're not going to be able to get her bra off quickly enough. You're going to be fumbling with it. Like, oh, fuck these things. I don't understand you women, how you even do this. This is crazy. How do you undo this? You're not even going to get past the taking of the bra phase, bro. She already knows this. She gets it now. This is not a stupid woman. She already knows this about you. It's just so at best, like, I mean, already she knows, like, that is going to go down. So once you actually, what if by any miracle it gets to the point of intercourse, you're not going to last more than 10 seconds. There's just no way. You're not going to last more than 10 seconds. You're going to think that she's there for you to jerk off. That's it. You're going to use this woman just to jerk off. You're not going to have any regard for her needs, because you're not even going to have any concept of what her needs are. She already knows this. Women can sense this before they even get into this situation. She's already made this assessment. She's already done it. It's already done. Okay? She knows you're not even going to be able to get her bra off. She knows that you're going to struggle. You're going to, like, these fucking, how do you unbuckle this fucking shoe? Fuck. Like, she already knows.
Thank you. Sir, if I could direct your attention to page 26. And sir, if I could ask you to read from that page.
In blue is going to be myself again. Foul ball. Defendant responded, "You stink." I said, "You suck and you're double trouble." Defendant responded, "You're hot." I responded, "Are you serious or messing with me?"
Oh my fucking God, bro. Oh my fucking God, dude. See that lack of confidence right there? That's a ticket to the friend zone, bro. Like, right off the bat. That's it. Charlie Lynn, thank you so much. He is so dense. She's fucking with him. He couldn't even admit she 100% ghosted him and was ignoring him. He blew it within a week. He was salty about it and still is. Exactly. I totally agree. Like, right there, dude. Right there. She says, "You're hot." And he goes, "Are you serious or are you messing with me? Are you serious or are you messing with me?" Jeez. No. The proper response to that if you even stand a prayer. And this is not even going to get you there, bro. But the proper response is to that is, so are you. That's it. So are you. You're hot. So are you. It's a real easy response. It's very simple. Or it's, well, I appreciate the compliment, but John's my friend. And this has gone a little further than it should. And I think we should probably cut this off here. But no, that's not what you do, Higgy. That's not what you do. You go, are you serious or are you messing with me? Oh my goodness. Oh, I can't see a thing without my glasses. Dude, you're way, like, you're buried in the friend zone. You're buried in the backyard of the friend zone, bro. With a tombstone that says friend zone. That's where you're at already. At best.
Defendant responded, no, I'm serious. I responded, feeling is mutual. Is that bad? How long have you thought that?
The feeling is mutual. Bro, if a girl is that forward and says you're hot, like, you say the feeling is mutual if she says, well, I think you're pretty attractive. That's when you say the feeling is mutual. That's how you respond to that, right? That's what you respond the feeling is mutual to. If a woman tells you you're hot, that's sexual. It's not romantic. It's not I'm interested in, I'm the kind of girl who wants you to buy me flowers and candy. No, that's not what that is. She says you're hot. She wants a you're hot back, and she wants this to escalate to the things that you would do to her if you got her alone. That's what she's fishing for. You're not going to get there because you don't even know what to do. She knows at this point you're not going to know what to do.
Responded, are you okay driving? You don't want to stay here. I responded back, I'm fine. I have an office at the PD. You didn't answer the question. And then it starts to say, defendant said, rather you stay here.
And is that, to your memory, when is that text exchange taking place? In reference to the night that you went over to the O'Keefe's?
I believe it was that night.
Now, at Mr. O'Keefe's house on that particular evening, do you recall how you came into the house?
I believe it might have been the front door.
Jackson knows. And Jackson knows, bro. That's why when Jackson starts that questioning, he's like, this poor pathetic fuck. She totally teased his ass, and he's too fucking stupid to see it. She teased his ass, and he's pissed about it. He's pissed about being rejected. He knows this. This is clear. This is clear. Instead of being, instead of like contributing to the energy, you know what I mean? There's a vibe, dude. You know what I'm saying? When there's, two people that are sexually attracted to each other, man, and there's a genuine chemistry. I'm talking about they think alike, they feel alike. You could feel that shit. That's a literal electricity that takes place. It could happen on the phone, fucking an ocean between the two of you, and it could happen on the phone where you just feel that fucking heat. You know what I mean? You could feel it. And if you can't recognize that heat, or you don't contribute to that heat, that's what a woman responds to, is that fucking heat. And you got to add your fire to that heat. You got to, or it's not going to happen, or she's just not interested. This is not that at all. Right, Charlie? This is not that shit at all. That's not even close to what that is. Like, dude.
And if you know about how long were you at Mr. O'Keefe's house that night?
I was probably one of the last people to leave, I think.
And what, if anything, happened as you were exiting from Mr. O'Keefe's house that night?
So as I was exiting the house, it was either through the breezeway or the garage. And as we were walking out, the defendant planted a kiss on me.
Now, before you went out that way, where was Mr. O'Keefe? Did you say goodbye to him or anything like that?
I think I said goodbye to him. He might have been in the back.
I love these fucking comments, bro. Thank you, Anthony Evans, but this is going over your head. She's inviting him to swinger sex. It's complicated. Carpe diem. John's response to the camera kiss proves it. Hello. No, that's not true. Wrong. I don't think you know what swinger sex is. I don't think you do. Everybody, first of all, okay, let me just shut this shit down right fucking now. Okay? Because everybody here loves to fucking, oh, swingers. There's nothing about this that indicates any type of swinger vibe at all. That's cheating. Now, whether or not Karen had the actual intention of having sex with this guy, okay, that question remains up in the air. I don't believe that she did. But this is not swinger sex. This is not that at all. Okay? Because swinger sex, I've known plenty of swinger couples. I've been around, I've seen a lot of things, I've known a lot of people. And I am not exactly what you would call unwoke, as the term used to mean before liberals got a hold of it. Okay? That's what woke used to meaning knowing, getting it. That's what woke used to mean. Okay? Understanding how women go, understanding sex, understanding the chemistry between 2, 3, even 4 people. That's not what this is. Okay? John's too busy to be a swinger. John is not into that shit at all. Okay? And I'm speaking presently as in real time of where these texts are taking place. Because how this would go down is she would have assured him already. She would have assured him. The way swinger couples work, let me explain to you. Swinger couples who are experienced swinger couples, they do everything together. Anybody else that gets involved in their shit are merely playing a role in their shit. And everything is always on the table. There's no games. There's no bullshit. There's no lies. There's no deception. It's kind of the point of being a swinger is to eliminate the concept of deception, eliminate the element of deception. That is exactly the whole point of being a swinger. There is none. You discuss things together. If they were swingers, she would have pitched that to him very subtly and been like, hey, have you ever heard of swinging? How do you feel about that kind of lifestyle? She would have been absolutely upfront about this right off the bat. What she's doing is very, very anti-swinger. It is the opposite of swinger. It is what you don't do if you're a swinger. Period. There's no denying this. I love people who keep saying, these are swingers, these are swingers. No, these are not swingers. These are not swingers. Not at all. Karen Reed and John O'Keefe, I'm shutting that shit right down. These people were not swingers. I'm telling you right now. They were not. They didn't even have the time to be swingers, these people. Like, it's time consuming. You know what I mean? They didn't have time to be swingers. This is what if the whole point is that's something that a couple shares, and they are that she would have been totally upfront. If it wasn't him, normally it's the dude that if they were looking to, usually it's a thank you, Liz Reed. She's confirming that shit right there. I mean, not that she would have necessarily known. No disrespect, Liz Reed, but that's a very private lifestyle that people have. And a lot of times family don't know about it, you know? So in all fairness, just to be, you know, just to be realistic here, be fair, you know? But the thing is that it defeats the purpose to be deceptive. The entire luxury of it is that there's no deception between the couple. Unless it's the very, 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 very rare occasion that game is the game, that role-playing game, unless it's a role-playing thing that the couple has to act like they're cheating and it turns the other one on. Unless that's the case, which I'm not seeing that here. I just don't see that. I'm seeing something going on here where I believe, in my opinion, I don't know her. I wasn't there. I don't know. I'm saying if I have to judge based on these texts and based on everything that we do know, and I hate that we know this much about their personal lives, but it is what it is because here we are. But the thing is these I'm getting the impression that Karen is a warm-blooded woman who's reaching or at her sexual peak, and she's with a man who she loves very much, but she didn't realize that the man that she's with, who is not a natural father to these kids, but is now taking on the responsibility overnight, a death in the family where you're taking on the family member's kids who just passed. You're taking this on. It's instant. It's a lot. It's boom, right? It's all of a sudden life-changing. It's not a gradual life change. It's like that. And that's a difficult thing to deal with. And I don't think Karen knew how to, there's no way to expect, to know what to expect unless you've been in that situation before. So I think that this situation became difficult for the two of them to deal with as a couple. And John was trying to balance keeping his girlfriend happy while also being a good father figure to kids that are now going through the hardest time in their lives, probably the hardest thing that they'll ever go through in their lives, and trying to keep them in a sound, healthy, emotional, and mentally stable place. That's a lot of responsibility, and it's very time consuming, and it takes a lot of energy. And Karen has needs. So as much as these kids have needs, Karen has needs, and John probably prioritized those kids' needs over hers. And that's understandable. That's the right thing to do. Honestly, in hindsight, in theory, of course it is. And it doesn't mean that Karen did not respect John and understand this about him. But again, she had her own needs. So it's understandable that she would do something to try to get attention. And so she probably felt incredibly betrayed, going through everything that she could, reaching deep down inside for everything, mustering everything she could to be patient with John and this new adjustment in his life, and taking on this adjustment in his life as her own as well. And then probably feeling totally betrayed, thinking, well, fuck, why was he hanging all over this girl in Aruba? What the fuck was that? Because it contradicts everything. She's like, I'm out here trying to be the best girlfriend to him and be understanding to his situation. And all of a sudden I'm not good enough. So she probably felt very betrayed about this, even though she probably misunderstood or miscalculated the situation. Alcohol is involved. And she probably misjudged and miscalculated the situation, understandably so, and then felt, well, I need to get his attention back. I don't know how else to do it. I'm doing everything I can to get this man's attention, and then desperately made a bad choice and got interested in a guy, or pretended to be interested in a guy that she knew she would never be interested in. So it makes sense on a psychological level. I'm not a mental health professional, but I would imagine that it makes sense on a psychological level that she targeted him because she was like, I'm going to get to a point and I'm going to get his attention. Whereas I could kind of justify it because I'm never going to fuck this guy. This is not somebody I would ever fucking go for, but it's enough to piss John off. It's enough to get John to go, what the fuck is going on? So that they can build off of that in some twisted way. And I'm not saying that it's the right way for her to go. I'm saying I just simply understand it. I'm saying I get it. That's all. I'm not saying it was the right thing for her to do. I'm saying I understand. We're all human. We're all human. We fuck up. You know, we make bad decisions when it comes to reaching a point of desperation. And I feel like she was desperately in need of John's attention, desperately in need of trying to balance her understanding of his situation and take it on for herself while meeting her own needs. But I don't think she had any actual intention of ever cheating on John with this man. I don't believe that for a second. Because I believe that kiss would have been a lot more aggressive, considering how aggressive she was in those texts. So I'm just not buying it. There was a super chat here that I missed. Thank you, Cindy. Karen was feeling bogged down, wanted someone to make her feel alive again, and chose wrong. I agree. This is one of those things where men are like, I don't understand women. I get it, but most men don't. I get it, but Case VH says, to me, seems like Karen just wanted to feel desired. Agreed. Right. Agreed. Did she make bad decisions to try to fulfill this? I think so, but I don't think that makes her a bad person, and I certainly don't think it makes her a murderer of any kind whatsoever. So yeah. But yeah, the swinger thing, I'm shutting down completely. This is not, if they were swingers, what would have happened would have been something along the lines of either John would have contacted him because it was his friend and been like, hey, listen, my girl's interested in you. We have an understanding and we have a special kind of relationship. If you're not into it, it's cool. I just told her that I would mention it, you know, but I get that you're probably not into that, whatever. And that's more than likely how that would have gone down. And if it would have been her who initiated it, she would have been absolutely upfront about it. She would have been like, hey, listen, how do you feel about this lifestyle? Have you ever heard of it? And if you're uncomfortable with it, perfectly understandable. I just thought it'd be something that we could talk about, possibly explore. If you're not into it, perfectly understandable. That was a revenge peck. Agreed. Hans Gruber agreed. Yeah. So no, this was not, yeah, these people are not fucking swingers, man. These people are not swingers. There's no deception. Deception defeats the entire purpose of the lifestyle. It is the mortal sin of that lifestyle is deception. And there was deception here.
In the bathroom, I'm not 100% positive where he was.
And when you went to leave, which exit from the house were you headed to initially?
Well, as I said, I don't remember exactly if it was the breezeway or the garage I was starting to walk through.
You
But whichever way I
remember,
started
shut
to
up.
exit, the defendant told me to go a different way.
And which way did the defendant tell you to go?
Well, her way. I honestly can't tell you which door that was. If it was either the
How the fuck do you not remember that? What are you talking about?
breezeway or the garage.
And as you were going out, again, I'm sorry, what happened?
The defendant kissed me,
And how did she kiss you?
not like a friend.
Lip to lip, is that fair to say?
Yes,
Like a romantic kiss.
that's the way I interpreted it.
Lip to lip. Wow. Dan B, thank you so much. I appreciate you. Lip to lip. Dude, Jesus Christ. Like, that's not, yeah. If she was aggressive enough to say you're hot in a text, if she wanted to kiss you, you would have known that and I promise you it would have been at least as aggressive as that. At least as aggressive as the text. And that kiss, the way it's being described, is not in any way, shape, or form remotely as aggressive. If she wanted you, you would have known it for sure. You wouldn't have been sitting here questioning it, going, I felt kind of like, no, dude. Like, she grabbed me, you know? Like, dude, if she wanted you, she would have fucking grabbed you by your fucking junk She would have licked your mouth. I'm telling you, this shit, sorry to be so graphic, but that's the fucking truth. A woman who is that aggressive in those texts, if she wanted to she had you alone at that very moment and wanted to fuck you, you would have absolutely known it without a doubt. You wouldn't have gone home wondering, what the fuck was that? Was that a kiss because she liked me? Or does she kiss her gay friends like that? Or I don't know. You wouldn't have been asking those questions to yourself, dude. You would have known. You would have known.
Did it?
And were you still inside the house at the time that this occurred, or were you outside the house if you know?
Not sure if we had just got to the outside or not. It might have. I'm not sure if it was close proximity to leaving.
And what was your reaction to that?
I was taken back.
Was that something that you were expecting?
No.
And
I was
how long
taken
it
back.
when the defendant kissed you and when you left?
Well, almost immediately.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention back to the exhibit before you on page number 27.
Yes.
Again, sir, if you could read from that page and who's speaking.
So I'm in the blue bubbles, and I said, I think you're messing with me. The defendant said, why do you think that? I responded, because this is so out of left field. Where did these feelings come from? Defendant responded, I just think you're like me. I said, mean.
See, this is how I know that this guy was absolutely interested in her. He was not the victim here. He is absolutely just as guilty of this situation, and at least he admits that. He does. I'll give him credit, because later on he admits, he's like, I take full responsibility for my part in it. I'll give him that. At least he says that at some point. But what I'm saying is, you know, you wouldn't have texted her and been like, hey, I think you're messing with me. I don't know if you're messing with me or not. Are you messing with me? Oh, you would have just been like, dude, like, listen, like, if you wanted me, you know, this would have went a different way. You know what I mean? This isn't, you simply would not have entertained it with this. You would have been like, okay, this is fucking weird and it's too much for me, and I'm not fucking interested. But don't sit there and make it all on her like she's this aggressor, you know, just because she may have initiated the more than a friend type of dynamic in these texts. You should have just, I mean, if you saw this and you wondered it and you were uncomfortable with it, you should have fucking walked away. It's real easy. It's real easy. You hit fucking block. You hit fucking block. So that when it comes up later, you go, dude, I fucking blocked her. Look, you can see when I fucking blocked her. Look, I blocked this bitch. Fuck that shit. You know?
Meaning, question mark. Defendant said, do you have your own kids? I said, I have no kids. How am I like you? Question mark. Hello. And defendant responded, aren't we alike? I responded, I think so. So why did you get my number and reach out to me? And I think the defendant put a question mark on that bubble, I believe. Or I might have, I don't know.
Now, that conversation, as far as you asking her about why she reached out to you, how often was that question asked by you through the course of these text communications?
Well, the extent of the actual communication,
all right, I gotta
the defendant and I was
I gotta shut that comment down now too, because what we don't do here is kink shame either. There's a lot of women that I've met that were self-respecting women, very self-respecting, who wanted to be a unicorn, who felt more comfortable being a unicorn. It's perfectly legitimate. It's just as legitimate as any type of sexual lifestyle or any type of sexual role that you want to play, that you feel most comfortable and turns you on. There's absolutely nothing wrong with being a unicorn. There's absolutely nothing wrong with, let me word it like this so I'm very clear. There is absolutely nothing wrong, man or woman, with any type of sexual interaction that you engage in or fantasize about, as long as it is amongst consenting adults, consenting human adults. There is nothing morally wrong with that at all. Absolutely not whatsoever. I'm going to shut that shit right down. I have known plenty of strong, professional, self-respecting women who feel most comfortable being a unicorn. A unicorn, for those of you who don't know, is a woman who is a third in a couple's relationship, a man and a woman, and they like it. They like being in that position. There is absolutely nothing wrong with that. If that's what you're into, then that's what you're into. As long as all parties are adults and consenting. So we don't kink shame here, folks. I will never judge anybody for anything that they do and whatever they're into, as long as it's amongst consenting adults.
Was between January 12th and January 29th when John passed. On the 28th and 29th, the 28th, I sent a text, as we spoke about before when we were at the waterfall. That text didn't respond. There was a text sent by the defendant to me the next day. So in that time period between the 12th and the 29th, there was 9 days that the defendant and I exchanged text messages. With that being said, those text messages, I don't believe were every day, consecutive days. There was 9 days in between the 12th and the 29th.
And so as far as that questioning, as far as posing to her, why did she reach out to you? Was that something that you...
Okay. There's that typical argument. I expected at least somebody to say that. If you believe in God, everything is wrong with that. 100% big facts. No. Because if you believe in God, you also know that judging people about things that you don't fully understand is not okay. Everything is 100% wrong with that. So you don't get to judge people about things that you don't fucking understand. So plain and simple. Whether or not you don't get to dictate that. That's between them and God, not you. You don't get to dictate that. That's between them and God.
Asked once or more than once?
Yeah, I asked it more than once, and during the pendency of this communication, I was basically trying to suss out what the intentions were of the defendant. Was the defendant interested in me? Was she at the end of her relationship with John? Was she trying to weaponize me against John and put me in the middle? There was numerous things that were going on, and that's what I was trying to vet out or suss out or whatever you want to call it. But I was having a hard time.
See, having those questions should have been enough for you to have been like, this is too fucking complicated for me. I'm out. Fuck that. If I'm sitting there and I am vexed with these questions are going on in my head over and over and over again. Is she messing with me? Does she really like me? Is this wrong for me to be talking to my friend's girlfriend? Blah, 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 blah. If I'm having to ask myself these questions as a grown ass fucking man who's already been married, that's enough to go, this is too complicated. I'm walking away from this. Fuck this shit. Fuck this. This is too much. That's what homeboy should have fucking done. So don't sit here and act all fucking like a victim going, I didn't know what to do. I didn't know. I was trying to understand. Was she messing with me? Was she trying to use me to hurt him? Blah, blah, blah. If you suspected that in the slightest bit, you should have walked the fuck away. You should have blocked her and ghosted her, period.
Time accepting what was happening.
Sir, if I could direct you to the next page, page 28.
I was trying to suss it out.
So I'm in the blue bubbles. Shoot straight with me. Defendant responded, I told you, I just think we're alike, right? Couple question marks. I responded, yes, agree. Now what? Defendant responded, I don't know. I said, shouldn't you know? Defendant responded.
I love how it just keeps going and going and going. So here he's talking about it like it's in real time, and he's saying, I was trying to suss out and I didn't understand. Well, but you kept it going. You should have fucking shut that shit down right there. This fucking message thread, and then the one after it, and then the one after it should have never fucking happened.
Do you like me? I said, yes, from jump. Defendant said, when was jump? I said, first time I saw you. Defendant responded, when was that? I said, Hillside for your sure.
If I could direct your attention to the next page, 29. If I could ask you to read from that, sir.
So again, I'm in the blue bubbles. Hillside for sure. When were you interested? Defendant responded, I don't know. You're just my type. I responded, you think you can handle me? I thought you were happy, question mark. Defendant responded, how do you know if I'm happy? I said, I just assumed. Defendant responded, are you hard to handle? I may have put a question mark. Then I said, what do you like about me? Defendant responded, I just feel like you're from my neighborhood. I said, yes, yeah, ditto. Defendant responded, and I think you're hot.
And if I could direct your attention to the next page, page 30. If I could ask you to
She
read that.
doesn't think you're hot, dude. She does
I'm in the
not
blue bubbles
think you're
again.
hot.
You really think that?
No.
I've always thought that about you. Defendant responded, what?
Okay, again, if she did think that, once you asked, do you really think that? She didn't anymore. That's it. You killed it. It's over. Done. You fucked up. You fucked it all up. It's over. The second that you had to ask her that, do you really think that about me? Oh, golly gee shucks. Dude, no. Thank you, veneer traditionalist. I appreciate you. I can't with this guy.
I responded that you're hot, smart, witty, but I didn't think you were interested.
You're hot, smart, witty, but I didn't think you were interested. And I can't remember the last time I saw my dick to take a piss.
Defendant responded, witty. I responded, yeah, meaning quick with a response. Tell me why you got my number and reached out to me. Defendant responded, just thought we were the same / from the same neighborhood. I responded, are you afraid to say what's on your mind? What's in your mind? And then I said, on. Defendant responded, no, didn't I? No, didn't I? Question mark.
Sir, if I can turn your attention, to the next page, 31, and ask you to read from that.
I'm glad I'm in the blue bubble again. I'm glad I stopped by. I should have come earlier. Do you really live in Mansfield? Defendant responded, yeah. I was basically begging you. I responded, you don't have to beg me. I meant to say beg. Defendant responded, huh? I said,
Little Irish girl, thank you so much. I will cash app you $100 to make it stop. Thank you. I appreciate it. But no, this goes on. This goes on. Dude, hold on. Let's hear that one more time.
You really live in Mansfield? Defendant responded, yeah. I was basically begging you. I responded, you don't have to beg me. I meant to say beg. Defendant responded, huh?
Dude. It was so funny, like, listening to this live with Turtle Boy, because both of us were totally on the same page. Like, you fucking sorry fuck. Like, what are you doing? Like, right there. Like, you could have played that off. You could have absolutely played that off. Like, she gave you the open door to make some silly fucking dumb fucking joke. And you were like, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say bad. I said beg. Okay. Like, dude, she's telling you, what do I got to fucking do, dude? You know? Like, at that point, I would have been like, all right, show me how bad you want. That's when I initiate the nudes. That's when I open the door for nudes. Right there. Show me. All right, you're so fucking interested. Because listen, already, if you're not willing to fucking share pics, you're not on my level. That's just step one, bro. This is like, you know what I mean? Like, you are not fucking ready for me, dude. Seriously, you're not even you're not even close to my level. And like, this dude right here is Yo, this is fucking 2024, bro. If you're not at the very least ready to fucking play virtual games, it's not working out. It's not happening.
I said, I will give you what you want. How are you texting right now? And I said, leaving me hanging. Defendant responded, no. I typed kids and then kinda. Defendant responded, how am I texting? And I began to say, is everyone asleep?
As far as the
all right, no. Let me be very clear about that too. Since I fucking opened that door like a fucking idiot. Listen, don't fucking send me nudes. Don't do it. Don't fucking do it. I'm not going to respond. I'm not interested. I don't want them. Don't fucking send me nudes. Don't. You're fucking strangers. I don't know you. I don't want your fucking nudes. Please. Thank you.
What did you take that to mean?
That you wanted me to come over?
And if I could turn your attention to the next page, 32. If I could ask you to read from that page as well.
So it starts off with the defendant saying, I just wide awake on my phone. Yes, they are. I said, I should have stayed, LOL. So now what? Question mark. Defendant said, yes, you should have. I responded, that would have been distracting. So now what? So no, what? And then I said, now. Defendant said, now what? What? Question mark. I responded, balls in your court. Defendant said, what do you want? I said,
the ball's in your court. Balls in your court. Bro, what is this? Fucking 1981, bro? Nobody says balls in your fucking court anymore. Nobody, I mean, what are you talking about? The ball's in your court. What are you, in fucking middle school?
Said, I responded, loaded question. What do you want? Question mark. Defendant responded, I asked you, exclamation point. I in turn said, nope, you initiated this.
If I could turn your attention to the next page, 33.
Like it's become an argument now. Like the vibe is absolutely, first of all, it was never there. But if the vibe was ever there, it's gone now. The chemistry, the vibe, that electricity I was talking about between two people, that shit is fucking gone. Because now it's an argument. Now it's a fucking argument. You're having an argument. Like that, there's nothing sexual. There's nothing that's, if there's a sexual connection at that point, it's fucking toxic. It's bad. It's bad news. Like out, gone, done. Like that's it. It's become an argument. Once it's become an argument, there's nothing sexy about that. It's over. It's fucking done. What are you doing, dude? You started it. You started it. Oh, you balls in your court. You started it. I didn't start it. You started it. Dude, you're having an argument. You're having an argument with a woman who's trying to tell you that she wants you. Like that is you just turned her vagina into the Mojave fucking desert, bro. It's over. It's done. Like it's fucking blowing fucking, she queefs and it blows sand. Like it's over. You're done. Forget it. Like your chances are fucking done.
I said, spit it out. I'm in the blue bubbles. Defendant said, hey, we're single and we don't have kids. We can do whatever we want.
Oh my God. Veneer traditionalist, thank you. Will, your Higgins impersonations go back and forth from Saul Rosenberg to Frank Rizzo, and it's fantastic. Thank you. Yeah, I'm doing the best I can here. Sorry. Thank you.
I responded, don't you have a boyfriend? Question mark. Defendant responded, where are you? Question mark. I said, Canton. Defendant said, where? Question mark. I responded, my office is at the PD. Why? Are you going to Mansfield? Question mark. Defendant responded, where is that? I said, Canton PD. Defendant said, I have a house there from before I reconnected W. John. I responded, oh, I feel like you're not really saying what's on your mind.
I'd like to turn your attention to the next page, 34, and ask you to read from that, sir.
Defendant starts off and says, do you like me? Question mark. I responded, yes, clearly. Defendant said, come over my house.
Is it clear though?
I responded, when?
Is it clear though? Okay, at that point right there, she's like, come over to my place. Now, that's it. No more of this bullshit, dude. Like, come over. Oh, do you like me? Clearly, I like you. I don't know.
And question mark. Defendant said, when works for you? I said, whoever, and then whenever. When works for you? Question mark. The defendant said, I asked you first.
This guy has no concept of taking control. No concept. No concept at all. It's the saddest thing I've ever seen in my fucking life. Like, this is clearly a woman who likes a man to take control. It's turning her off more and more and more that she is having to take control of this. This is not what, I mean, you can tell at this point, any woman can tell that once it gets to the point to where clothes are coming off, it's going to be awkward. It's going to be awkward just at the clothes taking off phase. Check out Higgins' ex-girlfriend post about him. I don't even know who his ex-girlfriend. I don't want to know who his ex-girlfriend is. I don't want to know. But thank you. I appreciate it.
I responded, I think you're messing with me. The defendant said, I'm glad you came over tonight, with some type of face. I responded, me too.
With some type of face.
What do you want, Karen? You look great tonight.
If I could direct your attention to the next page, 35.
You look great tonight.
Last or second to last blue bubble down the bottom, starting with "Are you glad?" Do you see that?
Page 35?
Yes.
And where is it again?
Second to last blue bubble, starting with "Are you glad?"
Yes. I said, I'm in the blue bubble. I said, are you glad you walked me out? Question mark.
And what did she respond?
Defendant said, yes, with like semicolon, some type of a mark there. Are you? Question.
No, bro. It was, yes. That's the vibe of that text right there. You got to be able to fucking, the vibe of that text is, yes. Meaning like, wasn't it fucking obvious, you dipshit? I planted a fucking kiss on your lips, dude. In my fucking house. Like, I planted a kiss on your lips, bro. Like, do you need me to draw you a fucking picture? That's the vibe of that text right there.
Question mark. And I said DEF for definitely.
And if I could direct her.
That's his game. Just type out definitely, bro. Like, you know that once he put DEF, that autocorrect gave the option for definitely. Click definitely, man. You don't click deaf like you're fucking 12. Are you fucking 12? Deaf. Deaf. Thanks for the peck on the lips. Deaf. What? I can't with this motherfucker, bro. Dude. Like, listen, if any of you ATF buddies of his are going out with this dude and you need a wingman, he's not it. This dude's not it. Like, tell him to go sit down and stay the fuck as far away from you as he can while you're talking to a woman. Because this guy is the anti-vagina, bro. He's the anti-vagina. He's the bizarro pussy. He's the last thing that you want near any vagina that you're trying to get. Don't even let him near it. Don't even let him near it. He's pussy kryptonite. Get him the fuck away from you.
Direct your attention to the next page, 36. And if you could, please read from that.
So at the top, I'm in the blue bubbles. It says yes. And then I said, are you going home tonight or tomorrow AM? Defendant texted, we kissed, comma, right? Question mark. So then I put a question mark on her question and said, is this a trick question? Defendant said, I don't know when I'm going home. I'm selling my house with what I think is a smiley face. What a trick question, and a couple of question marks. I responded, are you moving to Canton? I'm following your lead with this. Defendant responded, I live here, but I have property in Enfield. I'm guessing it's Medfield. Defendant said, why my lead? I don't want any responsibility. I responded, you started this, right? Question mark. Why did you get my number?
Good point. Yeah. Crystal Pontac. I mean, I feel that. Like, sexting can become a very, very complicated situation. It's bad. It can be. But I'm not going to sit here and tell anybody not to do it. Like, I've done it. I'm not going to sit here and say I'm never going to do it again. But like whoever, I mean, however the fuck you feel like your dynamic is with somebody else, man, do it. You know what I mean? But like, if it's turned out bad for you in the past, it's and especially if you're bad at it, like this guy, don't ever fucking do that again. Like, I hope this guy knows never to fucking do that shit ever. Thank you, Crystal. I appreciate it.
And it says, each out to me. It meant to say, reach out to me. I then said, still have not told me.
And sir, if I could direct your attention to the next page, 37, and ask you to read from that.
Defendant said, sorry, should I not have? I responded, I'm fine with it. Just don't know why you can't answer. Defendant said, "You're mad at me?" I said, "OMG, no, not at all. You're being silly." Defendant said, "I told you, exclamation point. I just think you're like me and I'm attracted to you." And then she said, "A lot." I responded, "Feeling is mutual. I just never saw this coming." Defendant said, "Why?" Question mark. I responded, "Because I just assumed you were happy with your situation." Defendant responded, "I was, but things have deteriorated."
See, this is a guy, it's abundantly clear that this is a guy who has such insecurities and low self-esteem when it comes to his self-opinion when it comes to women. That the easy way to put it is that he has no game. Of course, that's easy, but at this point, it's clear that he's using her as much as she's using him, just for different reasons. She's using him to feel wanted and to piss John off, basically. She's using him to feel wanted by her boyfriend. She's using him to get some sort of response, to elicit a response from her boyfriend, so she still feels wanted by him because he's so consumed by these two kids. She feels threatened by his affection and the time and energy that he spends on these two kids, which is understandable. It's perfectly understandable, especially if it's not something that you're used to. You signed up for it, but you didn't know what to expect. Makes sense. You know what I mean? But he's using her just as much, but he's using her for just as pathetic of a reason. He's using her just to feel good about himself and to feel wanted. He just wants the compliments. He wants the compliments to keep coming. You know, he doesn't have enough fucking self-esteem to just be like, dude, okay, yeah, I got it. You think I'm hot, but this isn't going to work out. So fuck it. Stop texting me. You know? Random remixes. Thank you. Serious question. Do you think this cuck held this against her and or John confronted him at Fairview? Possibly, yeah, because we get to a point here. Like, I'll answer that coming up. But thank you, Random Remixes. We'll get to that.
And if I could direct your attention to the next page, 38, and ask you to read from that, sir.
I said, "Why?" Question mark. "How so?" Question mark. "What did Melissa say when you asked for my number?" Question mark. Defendant responded, "It is very, very complicated. He and I dated when we were kids, and then his sister died, and everything got fucked up." I responded, "He seems very into you." Defendant responded, "I just told Melissa that I had your number but lost it." I said, "That's cute. She wasn't suspicious?" Question mark. Defendant responded, "No, she's great." I responded, "Does she know you like me?" Question mark. Defendant responded, "She's a sweetie. We just agreed you are great," with another smiley type face.
And sir, if I could direct your attention to page 40, and ask you to read from that.
Defendant said, "Yeah, but where is that? I have had all my shit here for a couple of years and my house has been vacant, but I'd like to get closer to the water." I responded, "Are you breaking up or staying together?" Defendant responded, "I don't know. He hooked up with another girl on vacation. I'm very close to his niece. It is a friend."
What fucking Care Bear strawberry shortcake fucking planet does this asshole live on, where he thinks that based on this text thread that she's gonna leave John for him? Like, are you breaking up with him or not? You know, like, dude, no. She would have already done it. Like, that's it. Like, how do you not know at this point that she's using you just to fucking piss him off? Like, you're not even remotely like the man that John is. Like, not even remotely. Like, I could tell this without even knowing either one of them. I could already tell this. John is he's 6'2". He's he's a Boston cop. He's morally sound. He's taking care of two kids that are his niece and nephew, that are his siblings' kids that passed way too early under tragic circumstances, and he's a good guy. This is what she's attracted to. You're not that guy. You're not that. Like, you're delusional if you think that you're even in this guy's league. Fucking delusional. Like, You see pictures of John, dude? Like, he's a good looking dude, man. This poor, pathetic fucking sack of shit that's sitting on that stand and his fucking, you know what I mean? With his fucking, you know, ass crack sweating up into him and like, dude, stop it. Like, this woman is not into you, dude. Like, there's no fucking way that woman is into this guy. Christy Mel, thank you, member, for 3 months. Donate to the Higgins Sex Education Fund, right? Thank you, Crystal Pontac, Higgins Sex Ed Fund donation. Everybody is doing that. I mean, right. Like, dude.
It is a very fucked up situation. I responded, when was that and how did you find out he hooked up? Question mark. I don't want to complicate your situation. Defendant responded, we went away for New Year's, the 4 of us. I put the kids to bed and found him in the lobby of our hotel all over one of our friends.
There it is.
Whatever, it doesn't matter. I responded, it does matter.
Now, as far as that indication that she made to you, was it through text communications or in person? Did she indicate at any point in time where that occurred?
So there was an occasion that the defendant...
If I wasn't days ago already like, I see what the fuck is going on here, which I would have been, at this point, I would have been like, oh, I see. Okay, I fucking see now. You know what I mean? Like, there's no fucking way that she would have ever fucking told me that shit, and I would have been like, oh, okay, cool. You know? Like, donation to the Higgins Carpal Tunnel Fund after the kids random. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Y'all are killing me right now. Yeah, totally. Revenge texting. Like, she could say at this point, look, nothing happened. At worst, it was a fucking peck on the lips, and that's it, man. Like, I just want fucking, I want you to remember that I'm a fucking woman with a fucking heartbeat, dude. That's it. That's all this was about. That's what she's aiming for here, clearly. Wine cellar infused. Thank you. Welcome to the hoity goity. Appreciate you.
Defendant stopped at my house. And again, the conversation that took place at my house was in relation to, again, sussing out and trying to figure out if this was everything that I stated before. Like, was this legitimate? Was she seriously interested in me? Was she at the end of her relationship with John?
Dude, I can tell by looking at Karen Reed. That her intention was never to fuck this guy. I can tell by looking at her. Like, I've been on this earth enough. I've been with enough women. I could tell by looking at her that there's no fucking planet or realm or reality or fucking universe or alt fucking Marvelverse where this woman would be actually interested in that guy. She is interested in pissing off her boyfriend in order to elicit a response, hoping that there is some sort of, that it jolts John in some way to go, fuck, I could lose her. I need to show her more attention. That's what she's aiming for. That's why she's controlling the situation to a point to where, okay, I need him to see that I could be interested in somebody else, but I'm not cheating. I'm not actually cheating. She is actually cheating. I'm of the opinion that what she's doing is considered cheating. That is cheating. If you are going behind your partner's back, you're fucking cheating. Period. That is my opinion. A lot of people feel like, oh, well, unless they actually do something sexual together, then it's not cheating. It's cheating if you're being deceptive to the partner that you have committed to. But in her mind, she's justifying it like, okay, I'm just trying to elicit an emotional response from my boyfriend in order to jolt him and make him realize that he could lose me if he doesn't start showing me and meeting my needs and showing me the attention that I need from him. It's that simple. It's not that hard to assess, dude. Like,
and during that there was touch on that topic, and I became to realize, it was my understanding at that point that this incident took place in Aruba on New Year's Eve, based off the text messages and the conversation at my residence.
This was something that she brought up not only in the text communications with you, but in person in communication with you as well.
Yes, I mean, outside of being over there for the game, there was only one time that the defendant and I ever interacted on a one-on-one basis.
If I could direct your attention to the next page 41 and ask you to read from that.
So I'm in the blue bubbles, and I said, "Did they bang?" Question mark. The defendant responded, "Does that matter?" Question mark. I said, "Sorry, I was just asking. I was just trying to figure shit out." Defendant responded, "It doesn't really matter." I said, "Okay, I won't ask again." Defendant said, "I don't care," with a smiley face. It doesn't matter. I responded back, "Okay, hear you loud and clear, Karen." Defendant responded, "Okay." I responded, "Why are you getting your thing all twisted up over simple questions?" And then I typed on. Defendant responded, "I'm not. I am?" Question mark. I responded, "You're kind of getting defensive." Defendant responded, "Not at all," with an exclamation point.
Thank you, sir. If I could direct your attention
Jesus
to
Christ,
page,
dude.
46. Ask you to read from that.
Defendant is in gray. She said, "We did kiss earlier, comma, no," with an exclamation point. I responded in blue bubble, "I think you initiated that, no?" Question mark. Defendant said, "Yup. Do I owe you an apology?" Question mark. I said, "OMG, no. Why are you being sensitive?" Defendant responded, "I'm not." I responded,
Dude, you're being sensitive, bro. You're being sensitive.
Yeah. Is a P and a FFT never responded by the defendant. "What do you want from me?" Question mark. I responded, "What's on the table?" Question mark. Defendant said, "What do you want ideally?" Question mark. I responded, "The real deal." Defendant responded, "It doesn't exist."
I could direct your attention to page 57, sir, and ask you to read from that.
It starts off in blue. I said, "I can go to any base, but usually Hanscom and Bedford are down to the Cape." Defendant responded, "Which base down the Cape? Which branch?" I said, "Army's Army." Defendant said, "I'm not abnormally sensitive." I responded, "Joint Base Cape Cod. Oh, I won't be so hard on you." Defendant responded, "OMG, you're not. You called me trouble. That makes me sound bad." I responded, "I was just playing with you." Defendant responded, "You weren't, but that's okay." I responded, "Stop being sensitive, please." Defendant responded, "I'm not."
They're not fake texts. Like, that's another thing. I love the people that are just like, "Oh my God, Karen Karen's an angel. She would never do this." Like, stop it. Stop it. Karen is a warm-blooded woman, a human being, perfectly capable of making mistakes and having poor judgment like anybody else. Doesn't make her a murderer. She's perfectly capable of having poor judgment and making bad decisions. I mean, anybody who sit here and so fucking shocked about, and it's just like Turtle Boy said, I totally agree with him. Like, all of a sudden, you know, it's such a shock that Karen is not a fucking, it's not walking around with a goddamn halo over her fucking head. This model of chastity, it's just amazing to me. Like, being a warm-blooded woman with sexual needs does not make you a bad person. It does not make her a bad person. Who cares about the fucking dude? Jesus Christ. There's not a time for every single text bubble, dude. So people are saying that the texts are fake is ridiculous. Like, these texts are real. If they weren't real, Jackson would have addressed this in cross-examination. Stop it. Okay? The texts are absolutely real. And as a matter of fact, Yannetti addressed this in a pretrial hearing. He addressed this. He acknowledged that these texts took place. Like, nobody's denying, nobody on Karen's team is even denying that these texts are real. So stop it. Like, sorry if this blows your image of Karen, but if this blows your image of Karen's moral superiority, well, then there's something fucking wrong with you. You're going to have to go home and cry on your little pillow and just fucking deal with this. Sorry. Too fucking bad.
Now, sir, in reference In that page of text communications, you made reference to a base down the Cape. Is that right?
Yes.
And where is that in relation to where you live in Barnstable County?
So I can utilize one of the gates to get onto the base. I can get fuel. I can shop.
Yeah.
I then can
Like,
hit the Bourne Bridge, and I would use.
My personal opinion of Karen Reed isn't even remotely altered in the slightest bit. My opinion of her is not any different than it was before this day in court. Not even in the slightest fucking bit. You want to know why that is? Because I don't have these unrealistic high expectations. I don't fucking know her, dude. You don't fucking know her. For those of you who are acting like she's somehow your best fucking friend, and oh my God, this is not the Karen that I know. It's not. Because you don't fucking know her. None of you do. Relax. Like, what? Just because this doesn't align with the fucking image that you projected and created in your mind, it doesn't mean that that this changes anything. If you are falling for this shit, I mean, you're letting the worst fucking lawyer on the planet. You're letting the worst fucking lawyer on the planet play his tricks on you. Like, if you're falling for this, you're a fucking idiot. You're seriously dumb. Sorry, you're seriously fucking dumb. Like, if somehow this fucking changes your personal opinion of Karen Reed, you're just dumb. Oh my God, hold on, people.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your pilot speaking. A flight of see you at the finish line hashtag is departing the chat now. So fly safe. See you at the finish line, and we will see you at the finish line. Thank you for flying Blair Airlines, and we'll see you at the finish line.
Assumptions and expectations will fuck you up. You're welcome. You're exactly. Yeah. See you at the finish line. No need to announce your fucking departure. Fuck off. We don't give a shit. We just don't. Here, I'll help you.
Get the fuck out!
There you go. There you go.
That as a cut through at the time when I was splitting my time between two different properties.
Is there also like a duty-free shop there?
There is, yes.
And at some point throughout the course of the text communications, did you offer to pick something up for the defendant from that shop?
I believe so.
If I could direct your attention to page 60. And ask you to read from that, sir.
Defendant said, "I don't know." ? It's an old colonial. It has a lot of bedrooms, with kind of an emoji. I responded, more than you clearly need. Are you moving to Canton ? Defendant said, "I know, seriously. Some rooms I only go into dusk. Not anytime soon. I'm there most of the time, but sometimes."
Dude, again, I can tell by looking at Karen Reed that she already knows that this dude is a fucking clinger. The second that he sticks his dick in a woman and busts his nut in 10 seconds, he's going to go, "Oh my God, I love you. When are we moving in together? I love you so much. I mean, this means that we're in love, doesn't it?" And then she's sitting there just fucking like, so listen, dude. Yeah, I'll call you. Yeah. On her way out the door. Like, on her way out the door. Like, that's not, yeah. I are you moving to Canton? Are you moving closer to me so I don't have to drive so far? Like, no, bro. No, dude. Like, Jesus fucking Christ.
Sometimes it's a lot. I responded, a lot. Why? Question mark. Defendant respond. I then said, do you even know what you want? Question mark. Or who? Question mark. Defendant responded, because I went from being solo to trying to give attention to kids who aren't mine, and I never wanted kids. I responded, I thought you were happy in this. I thought you were in this happy relationship. Defendant responded, everyone is happy at the hillside.
If I could direct your attention to the next page, 61, and ask you to read from that.
So it starts off with the defendant. It said, everyone is happy at the hillside, exclamation point. I responded, oh God, you avoid things. Defendant responded, it's just very, very complicated dynamic with the four of us. He isn't cut out for what he's doing, and the kids present constant issues. I responded, I think he believes he is doing the right thing. Defendant responded, well, of course he is, but his heart isn't in it. It's only because he was very, very close to his sister. I responded back, I know how you feel, kinda. I was married, and when I met her, she had a 2.5-year-old. I went from being single to being a dad. It's hard. Then I said, I'm divorced since 2017 and have no kids.
If I could ask you to turn to the next page, 62, and ask you to read from that, sir.
I said, I'm divorced since 2017 and I have no kids. Defendant responded, I try very hard, but they are very spoiled and they're not my family. My parents keep telling me I'd feel differently if they were mine or my own sisters. Then I told you he got drunk and sloppy on NYE while we were away, and that has really affected me. I responded, what did he exactly do? Question mark. Defendant responded, I never got married, and now somehow I'm arguing someone about raising kids with an emoji. I responded, why don't you tell me? Question mark.
Jesus
Defendant
fucking
responded,
Christ,
he was a puddle
bro.
all day and then disappeared. Then I found him all over our friend's sister in the lobby of our hotel, and she's gross, which I think may actually be worse. Not sure.
Oh my God,
I responded,
dude.
oh God, did they bang?
Oh God, did they bang?
Sir, page 63, if you could read from that.
I'm in the blue. I said, did they bang? Question mark. Defendant said, so I was the kid.
This fucking douchebag. Drier and dry. Exactly, Jerry. Exactly. This fucking douchebag, dude. I'm trying to tell you, bro. Like, Scott McGinnis, thank you. Lunchbox Lolly wasted a half a day of court getting Higgy with Scott. I didn't know he had it in anybody. And he succeeded in doing was proving Higgins is a liar and a wimp. Bring on Cross. Yeah, it's coming. Don't worry. I'm not done dragging this fool yet. Like this dude, straight up, like this. Okay, I'm telling you right now, dude. And Karen knows it. She's known it for days already. She's known it for days. That's why she's talking to him like he's in the friend zone. Like I'm talking to a grown fucking man about my problems with my boyfriend, and he's fucking entertaining it. No. Like she already knows, as any woman would at this point, that this dude is the kind of guy that fucks missionary style only and doesn't even go face to face, like hides his head over her shoulder, like just lays on top and moves his butt real slow. It's just, hold on. Oh, are you close yet? Oh, shit. Okay, sorry. Scratch that. I'm done. Like, that's it. It's over. Because, dude, yeah, lights off. Fucking no fucking game at all, dude. No fucking game in text. That means no game in bed. None at all. This dude is a hugger and cries when he comes, bro. Like, oh my God, that was beautiful. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. Does that hurt? I'm sorry. Is this where I'm supposed to put my mouth?
The kids. So I was the kids celebrating New Year's. I think it's without him, which shouldn't be my role. No, I doubt it. He was a mess. I said, was it the first time with her, or do you think there were others? Defendant responded, I don't really think there were others. I'm with him all the time. He never seems to want to go anywhere. Without me. But honestly, the issues with the kids bother me more than him actually cheating. They are constant, and it feels like a lose-lose. I responded, you clearly have a lot of feelings swirling inside you. Defendant responded, yeah, it's very complicated. Sorry for the rant. I responded, or began to respond, you can vent, babe.
If I can turn your attention to the next page, 64, ask you to read from that, sir.
Defendant said, basically, I just feel like I spread myself too thin, and sometimes it's thankless. I responded, Defendant responded, you probably felt that way too. I responded, I did at times. It was one, not two, thankfully. Defendant responded, want to grab a drink? Question mark. I responded, if you gave me some notice, I could have. Defendant responded, you in capital letters said you were adaptable. I responded, I am, but I have my work truck with me and not my personal. Do you get angry when you don't get your way? Defendant responded, that sounds like an excuse. I rarely get my way.
Now, as far as her invitation, is that something that
you ever see the movie Big? Did you ever see the movie Big? Do you remember the sex scene in the movie Big with Tom Hanks? Remember? I just watched that movie recently, dude. Like, this girl takes off her fucking bra, and Tom Hanks is like this. Like, here's her titty, right? And he's like, dude, it's the worst shit. Yo. This poor fucking bastard, bro. Like, he needs to just stick to fucking hookers, dude. That's it. Just stick to that.
I believe it was more than one time.
And at any point in time, other than the two you've already counted, as far as going over to Mr. O'Keefe's house for the football game, or the defendant stopping by your apartment in West Roxbury.
Tom Hanks' excuse in that movie was that he was a fucking 12-year-old stuck in a grown man's body, bro. What's your excuse, dude? What the fuck is wrong with you?
Were there any other occasions you went out over the defendant's house or out with the defendant by yourself?
No, never.
And sir, if I could direct your attention to page 74.
Did they bang? I bet the guys on your cell are gonna. Thank you, Dave.
Defendant said, are you single? Question mark. I responded, yes. Defendant said, I don't think it's out of left field. Wasn't I already begging you to come over last Saturday? Question mark, question mark. I responded, you getting my number from Melissa and reaching out to me? Question mark. Defendant said, and on vacay and probably a few other occasions. I responded, you didn't, it should say you didn't really beg. Defendant said, I asked at least twice. How do people usually reach out to each other? Question mark, question mark. I responded, why would I have thought you had any interest in me? Question mark. Usually do it when they do live with, do it when they do live with someone. And then I said, do not do it. Defendant responded, maybe, maybe not.
Thank you, sir. If I could direct you to page 77. Can I ask you to read from that, sir?
Did they bang?
I said, I could go on and on, but I do not want to pump. It should say, your shit up too much. Defendant responded.
Just right there. I did not want to pump. Holy fucking shit, this guy, man.
Thanks for saying that, but low comps at the hillside. I responded, you know how to ruin something nice. I frequent other places. The defendant responded, John has showed me about 5 times the ring video of me walking you out on Saturday, and my voice and my accent are killing me softly, with an emoji of somebody throwing up. I responded, what? Defendant responded, yeah, he has cameras everywhere, you cops, with another emoji. I responded, Jesus. Defendant said, he's like Christ. Are you guys hooking up? Question mark, question mark. And I said, OMG, great.
If I could turn your attention to the next page, 78, sir.
Okay. So there was some dickhead in my chat here that was just like, they're swingers because he asked, are you guys hooking up? Like, no, the guy's asking a simple question. Like, dude, I saw you walk the guy out. I need to know what's going on here. Like, where do I stand? This is the response that she was looking for. This was it. This is the response. Like, and she's letting him know, hey, John saw the security, the camera, and he has cameras in his house, and he saw that you walked me out. And then he asked, are you guys hooking up? I mean, that's it. I mean, it sounds like they were in a rocky place, and somehow Lally thinks that this is a motive for murder. It's not. It could have been, but it's not. And this is why. This is why some of you people are like, why are you going over this? This is terrible, blah, blah, blah. Well, it's because it's necessary, because this is Lolly's excuse for this being a motive for murder?
I responded, I don't need drama, dude. Defendant said, no, it's fine. I responded, seriously? Defendant said, I'm serious with an exclamation point. I said, you legit planted one on me. Defendant responded, I know where the cameras are anyway, duh. And then it was OMG Bruins with an emoji after that. I responded, so your slick move isn't on there with some question marks? Defendant responded, course not. I responded, oh my God. And then I said, I almost, an emoji with somebody throwing up. Defendant responded, it was a peck anyway. I kissed Kerry and gay Jeff too. I responded, yeah, weak.
Boom, right there. And he even acknowledges that it was weak. She says, it was just a fucking peck. If I wanted to fucking make out with you, I would have. You know what I mean? This is not at all, in any way, shape, or form, a woman who is genuinely trying to cheat. This is not a woman who is genuinely trying to get into a sexual exchange with this person. Clearly, she's basically spelling it out. No, not Carrie Roberts, another Carrie. She's referring to another Carrie, but she's like, I kiss Carrie and I kiss fucking gay Jeff the same fucking way. It doesn't mean anything. And she knew where the cameras were. The camera didn't even pick that up. She's already acknowledging that she knows where the camera is. She's acknowledging that she knows where the camera is, and she's also acknowledging that it was just a peck. She knew what she was doing. She knew exactly what she was doing.
I agree.
Now, as far as cameras at Mr. O'Keefe's house, is that something that you were aware was there prior to that conversation with the defendant?
No, not that I recall.
If I could turn your attention to the next page, 79. After reading that, sir.
Defendant said, LOL, funny. I responded, so now he is jealous of me.
Tell that to the jury. They are telling it to the jury. I guarantee you that at least one out of those juries are going, this poor fucking sap, bro. Let's get to the part to where this is a motive for murder. That's what the jury's thinking at this point.
Me, question mark. Defendant said no with an exclamation. I told you, he likes you a lot. I said, which makes this worse, question mark. Defendant said, you said or did something at the bar last week. And he goes, I like Brian more and more. I responded, I think he's a good dude too. Defendant responded, yeah, he is. I responded, funny. What's your end game? What do you want from me? You will just confuse the shit out of yourself because I'm a lot of fun.
So
Now,
he's
sir, the he that you're referring to in those text communications, who was that?
he's still trying to sell himself onto her, which is the weirdest and yet most pathetic shit in the world.
John O'Keefe.
If I could direct your attention to page
Because this is where it starts to begin to differentiate who has the motive here. This is where the possible motive from Karen shifts to the likely motive from Higgins.
And as you read from that page, sir.
I said, it was fun. Defendant said, I've complimented you today too, with a couple of exclamation points and then some type of emoji. I said, and kicked my nuts in. Defendant said, OMG, how? I responded, if I had more notice, I would have grabbed a drink somewhere, so I'm all set with that's. And then I said, in quotations, that's fine, but I am not asking again. Defendant said, well, it was 7 p.m. and I'm super cool, so right now I'm asking again with some type of I think it's a smiley face. I responded, coming to your house would have been bad for the both of us. For starters, you wouldn't have wanted me to leave. Defendant responded, now equals not. That sounds good. I responded, that's trouble. Defendant said, why, question mark.
And if I could direct your attention to page 90. As you read from that, sir.
9-0?
90, yes.
The defendant said, no, I'm busting your chops. It's okay. I responded, no, you are sensitive. Nice try. You don't think if I came over for a drink, we would have gotten carried away. Defendant said, you in capital letters said you were adaptable and tons of fun. I took that as an invite for an invite. And I responded, oh, okay. Defendant responded, I'm 42. I know what happens when you invite someone over for a drink. I responded, you're the master of avoidance. So you think I would just give it, meant to say give it up. Defendant responded, I've been a lot in my life. I have a little bit of cop DM mindset, and then said, been through.
And if I could direct you to the next page, 91, sir.
Defendant said, what am I avoiding, question mark? I'm not afraid to be direct. I responded, some of my questions. Defendant responded, okay, which? Ask again. I said, nope, tricks are for kids. Defendant responded, I'm pretty sure we would have hooked up.
Oh
I responded,
my God.
okay. Defendant said, I can't.
Nope, tricks are for kids, bro. Again, what are you, fucking 12?
Can't say that, question mark? I said, of course you can. Defendant said, did I miss any other questions, sir? Question mark. Probably. Are you having a drink right now? Question mark. Defendant said, yeah, on my second. I said, show me what you got.
And if I could direct your attention to page 99.
Wow, dude. Show me what you're drinking.
And that's what read from that, sir.
Defendant said, none of that is true, exclamation point. I'm not talking to other guys, and I have issues with John, and things are far from perfect. You just happen to know about him, BC, I guess, because we all hang out at the same bar. I'm sure you talk to other girls. That's what single people do. I'm not married. Neither are you. Neither is John. I responded, was...
Okay. See right there. Again, another indication. She's trying to elicit a response from John. How do I know this? Besides the reasons that I have already explained and we've already gone over, because she's also acknowledging that we all hang out at the same bar. If she was trying to cheat and not get caught, she would not even get anywhere near somebody who would even try to be close to John, where their paths might even cross. I mean, there's technology today makes it so easy to cheat. Not only is there Ashley Madison, first of all. Second of all, I'm talking about any other dating site. Tinder, plenty of fish, even fucking Bumble, what the fuck ever. There are plenty of dating sites where she could meet somebody, set the fucking setting on the dating site to fucking this many miles away, to this location. She has a car. She could perfectly, absolutely set something up with somebody who doesn't live close, where she can ensure that the person who she's cheating with is never going to cross paths with John. There's no fucking way that she ever had the intention of, there's no way that she would ever cross, there's no way that she ever had the intention here of actually cheating with this person. There's just no way, because she's too smart. Okay. And only a fucking dumb crackhead would do this and expect to get away with it. Nobody would do this. Her intention clearly is showing here that her intention is to elicit an emotional response from John, and that's it. Not to actually do anything with Higgins, but to elicit an emotional response from John. That's it. That's clearly what she's showing her intentions are. Because here's the thing, is if Lolly expects to convince the jury that she is so conniving to commit this incredible crime, so conniving to convince this incredible crime and get away with it, how is he going to be able to convince the jury that she is smart enough to do that by doing something this stupid? There's just no way. There's just no way. There's no fucking way that Lolly expects that this jury is going to believe that she is this mastermind, this criminal mastermind, while doing something this careless and this stupid. It just doesn't, it doesn't add up. The math don't math, period.
Was that your attempt at a lecture or deductive reasoning, question mark? What do you want from me, question mark? Defendant said, that's just how I think / feel. You don't need to approve. I've already answered that last question a couple of times, I think. I responded, I'm not judging you, never have, never will. Defendant responded, you shouldn't. I don't know what your private life is about, nor is it my business.
Sir, if I can now direct you to page 102 and ask you to read from that.
Defendant said, my only, I'm assuming, point is that there's a difference between being married to someone and dating them, and we have no intention of ever getting married. The point of dating is not to get tied down. If you're not confident, you should be, in my mind anyway. The first two, but I don't care too much about the other girl. I responded, okay, so he is cool with you dating other people, question mark. Defendant responded, and I'm not happy per se, just realistic that there's cracks and it's far from perfect. I doubt it. If he's seeing someone else, I wouldn't want to know either way. He probably feels the same way, and you probably feel that way about whoever you hook up with. I think that's normal. I responded, okay. Defendant said, you don't agree with me, question mark, question mark.
If I could direct your attention to page 107. Ask you to read from that, sir.
Defendant said, at a bar, question mark. I responded, I wasn't suggesting anytime soon. I know you're with your friend. I meant my house. Probably after 8. Defendant said, probably after 8. I responded, okay, if you don't wanna, that's fine, no pressure. Defendant responded, I will, a drink. It looks like I tabbed the bubble with a question mark. I then said, what do you drink? Question mark. Are you out now? Question mark. Defendant responded, sorry, I'll drink whiskey if that's what you're having. I responded, haha, send me a pic of you two.
Now,
Oh my God, bro.
now, you would testify in West Roxbury, correct?
Yes.
In this case that you just read, as well as some of these successive pages, after that, is that sort of arranging for that to occur after she goes out or leaves from a friend out in Boston?
Now look at Jackson. Jackson's just like this fucking douchebag. Like, I'm gonna destroy this fucker.
I believe she was kind of more of this. It was a kind of it wasn't an interrogation. It was a face-to-face version of trying to suss out and vet, like, what is this all about? Again, I mean, I'm not proud of these text messages. It is what it is. I'll take responsibility for them. But, John was a friend at the same time. And I certainly wasn't, if they were at the end of the relationship, they were at the end of the relationship.
Yeah,
but I wasn't
no
going to have
friend.
somebody utilize me and weaponize me against somebody that I liked.
So
it was
why
just-
did you
it was just a weird
entertain
experience.
it?
It was
Why do you expect this jury to believe that you're saying these things with sincerity when you entertained this for as long as you did? Lolly just put this jury through, because I realize some of you guys in the chat are going, why are we going through this again? Blah, 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 blah. And I get it's painful, and I get that it's fucking boring, and I get that it's fucking pointless, or seems pointless, but it's not pointless. It's necessary. It's necessary to show that Lolly has jack shit on Karen Reed. Jack shit. Because here he is now, and Lolly is showing the jury, not the defense, not Jackson, not Yannetti, not Little. Lolly is showing the defense himself that this guy is completely full of shit. Lolly is destroying his credibility himself for the jury, which is fascinating. Lolly is absolutely destroying this man's credibility, his own witness's credibility. Because the jury is sitting there asking, well, okay, well, dude, you're sitting here saying, I'm not proud of it, blah, 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 and John was a friend. So why did you entertain this for as long as you did? You were clearly interested in her. You were clearly you were clearly trying to use her to make yourself feel desirable. You wanted to feel desired. That's it. You're showing, you're building, because Jackson didn't have to do that. Lolly is showing the jury that this guy was dying to feel desired. Lolly basically cut Higgins' cross-examination in half by showing these text messages and going over them.
I don't even think either one of us finished a drink. It was, like I said, it was this type of like, what is this all about? And then she left. I think I might have asked her to text me when she got in, so I knew she got home.
Now, that evening or at any other point, in your friendship or your relationship, whatever, I wouldn't want to term it. Was there any other sort of intimate contact beyond what you described occurring as she walked you out that night you were over at Mr. O'Keefe's house for the patrons?
Are you asking if she ever kissed me again?
I'm asking if there was any kissing, any sexual relationship, anything at all between yourself and the defendant.
Absolutely not. In referring to my residence when she stopped by, it was just I was very uncomfortable, and it was just an uncomfortable situation. It's just a weird vibe. That's the best I can describe it.
And lastly, sir, lastly as it applies to this, turning your attention to the last page, number 118. And there's a couple different dates from the middle to the bottom of the page. Is that correct?
There is.
I feel like that's I feel like that's kind of correct. I agree with you to a certain degree, Kelly Bates. You're saying Lolly didn't believe in this case. Guarantee the DA forced this case. That's true. But I think that Lolly's doing his best, because this is also, you got to understand, this is his first criminal trial. Lolly is doing the best that he fucking can with the little bit of evidence that he has. There is no evidence against Karen Reed. This is the point. This is the most compelling evidence that Lolly can muster up.
If I could ask you to start reading from, excuse me, where it says Sunday, January 23rd, 9:40 p.m.
Defendant, so Sunday, January 23rd at 9:40 p.m., defendant texted me, phone works, and then an emoji with arrows going like both ways. And I responded, thought you were all set, question mark. Defendant said, with talking, question mark? No. I said, are you sure? And she didn't respond. And I believe I said, that was it for that, the 23rd. I'm sorry.
So then the next date that any text communication was sent between the two of you would have been Friday, 11:32 p.m. Is that correct?
That's correct. That would have been when we were at the waterfall.
And again, what does the text say there?
Well.
That's from you to her. Is that correct?
Yes.
And
okay, so this is where it's where it's important, because there is a major gap here, a major gap in time. Okay, let's hear this one more time. This is where, if anybody's ever ghosted somebody or been ghosted by somebody, there's sometimes a gradual way to do it. You're already, there's already a loss of interest, and you're sending cold responses. So here Karen Reed says, he goes, stranger, meaning she hasn't texted him, meaning he hasn't heard shit from her, right? And this is happening. And he says it right here. Hey, I was at Hilly all weekend. Like, fuck. Oh, yeah, this fucking guy again. Hey, I was at Hilly all weekend. And then he says, hey, have not heard from you. And then Sunday, January 23rd. So let me see if it says the dates here. Hold on.
Night in Boston, a female friend, yes.
And that evening when she came over your house, about how long was she there?
Not long.
And so what happened when she arrived, or what, if anything, did the two of you talk?
It was kind of more of this. It was a kind of wasn't an interrogation. It was a face-to-face version of trying to suss out and vet, like, what is this all about?
So here he is acknowledging the fact that once they got together in person, it was the same bullshit. It was the same bullshit. They meet in person, and she's just like, she said, what the fuck was I even fucking thinking with this asshole? You know, like, this is fucking ridiculous. Yeah, we're gonna get there, Nick Rocco. What in the shit is this bullshit? So Karen at this point is already like, you know, and the deal breaker for sure, like the ultimate done deal for her was meeting in person and realizing, there's no chemistry here at all. Maybe in person, she gives it a chance. She knows there's not going to be any chemistry in person, but you know, fuck it. Let's see what happens at best. But I don't believe that. I don't believe that at all. I don't believe that she had any intention of anything actually happening while they were in person, because she would have been aggressive. She's showing that she has the capability of being aggressive, but she wasn't at all. And this guy is pissed off about it because he doesn't have an aggressive bone in his body when it comes to hooking up with a woman. Kathy, thank you so much. God, I need to know what happened to John O'Keefe. Will we ever really know? I think we will. You just got to be patient. And unfortunately, we got to go through this bullshit. But yeah. So here we go. So here he's acknowledging this. They meet in person, and then
all about before them. At the end of the
We
day,
already
it was
heard
just
this.
it was just said it was
The point in you described occurring
at my resume vibe.
I just want to get to
from the middle to the bottom of the page. Is that correct?
There is.
If I could ask you to start reading from, excuse me, where it says Sunday.
Okay, so here, no response. Stranger, no response. Stranger, no response. Hey, I was at Hilly all weekend, meaning like if I just fucking, maybe this fucker will fucking stop texting me if I acknowledge this text, right? And then have not heard from you, right? Sunday, January 23rd, 8:40 p.m., January 23rd. We're talking like a fucking week before the night in question, right? Phone works both ways. She's saying phone works both ways. Totally cold. No feeling behind that at all. Just a total, phone works both ways, bro. You know what I mean? Meaning like, don't put this shit on me, whatever. And then thought you were all set with talking? No. Meaning like, no, we're good. Everything's cool. But she knows she knows they're done. She knows they're done. I can feel that vibe reading it. And then, again with the douchebag. You sure? And then no fucking response, right? Friday, 11:32. That's the 28th, right? Now, it's interesting because there's no date there. This is fascinating right here. This is interesting because it says Friday, 11:32, which means that almost immediately, within a day or so, he took those screenshots. Those screenshots were taken. Why did he feel the need to take those screenshots? The date, the 28th, did not show up here. Okay? Did not show up in this text thread. Why? Because he took those screenshots very soon after the 28th. Otherwise, it would say Friday the 28th, right? No. You're misunderstanding. You're saying no dates, times, barely any of them. Right. That what happens is if you go a while, Jackson actually explains this later. If you go a while without those texts, without texting, then it will show a date and time. If there's a consistent thread, if there's a consistent response between the two of them, then it won't show that, right? But if there's a lack of consistency in those response, then it's going to show the last time. If there's a gap in time between, if there's no activity, that's when it will show the date and the time. Okay. So right here, it's showing Friday, not Friday the 28th, just Friday at 11:32, meaning that soon after the 28th, sometime in the 29th, more than likely on the 29th, or the latest, the 30th, he took those screenshots. Why did he take those screenshots? Is the question. Why did he feel the need to take those screenshots? So here we go. And, you sure? No response. Friday, 11:32. Well, and then Saturday, 11:53 a.m.
Sunday, January 23rd, 9:40.
Right, exactly, to place the blame on Karen. Exactly, to try to create motive on Karen. That's my opinion. My opinion is that he took those screenshots with the intention of making her out to have a motive to kill John. Why?
Defendant, so Sunday, January 23rd at 9:40 p.m., defendant texted me, phone works, and then an emoji with arrows going like both ways. And I responded, thought you were all set, question mark. Defendant said, with talking, question mark? No. I said, are you sure? And she didn't respond. And I believe I said, that was it for that, the 23rd. I'm sorry.
So then the next.
So Saturday, 11:54 a.m. That's the 29th. Okay? She texts, John died. Not John was killed. John died. She's not thinking anything suspicious on his part. She's just saying, John died. You'd be interested in knowing that. John died. This is finally her response to his shit because she ghosted him. But now she's letting him know out of a courtesy because they were supposedly friends, regardless of what you think she was doing, regardless of what you think of her as far as what she was doing prior to this in those text message threads, doesn't matter. What matters here is what's going on presently at this point in those text messages, right? In this text thread. She says, John died. But the most interesting thing about that is that's the end of it. If he, thank you, little Irish girl, you're getting exactly where I'm going with this. If he was such a friend to John, and if he wasn't acting in a suspicious manner, he would absolutely try to console her. They were talking. He was so interested in having this exchange with her. You never responded. Hey, stranger, blah, blah, blah. John died. He gets that text message, but never responds to her. Why not? If he suspects that she did it, why wouldn't he, as an ATF agent, as a law enforcement investigator, why wouldn't he take advantage of being in a unique position to where he could elicit suspicious responses from her, things that he could use against her? He knows she didn't do anything. He absolutely knows that she never did anything to John because he would have tried to elicit some sort. He would have taken advantage of the fact that she texted him and said, John died. And if it's already common knowledge that they suspect her, why wouldn't he text her back and be like, oh my God, what happened? What do you think happened? Why wouldn't he use the fact that he has this personal interaction with her to try to elicit some sort of response from her and get incriminating information from her? He doesn't do that. Why? Because he knows she didn't do anything. At this point, he has already taken text. He's already taken screenshots, and he thinks that he can use what was already texted between the two of them as incriminating evidence against her. Because if he actually, but this is the difference between him actually, this is the difference between him actually suspecting her of doing something and wanting someone to think that she actually did something. Does that make sense? I'm having a hard time wording this, but like, if he actually believed, I am of the opinion that if he actually believed that Karen was responsible for John's death, which the talk was already around at this point about that, wouldn't he try to elicit information? Wouldn't he take advantage and say, well, shit, I've been fucking texting with her. Maybe I could get a confession from her. Maybe I could get something incriminating from her. Maybe I can get something that could use. But he thinks that any further interaction with her might exonerate her. He thinks that. So instead, he wants to take screenshots and use what was already said between the two of them. But if he honestly believed that she had something to do with it, he would have kept her talking. That's what a law enforcement agent does. If he thinks that someone's guilty of a crime, you want to keep them talking. You want to keep them talking. You want to get them saying everything that they possibly can. He doesn't do that. She ghosted him. She comes back and says John died. He ghosts her. Takes screenshots of their previous conversations and then extracts them from his phone and then destroys his phone. And I realize now you guys are seeing there was a method to my madness here when I was going over all of this painful bullshit, this painfully boring bullshit. Sorry about that, but now you see what I'm getting at here. At this point, he is absolutely taken screenshots, and then later we find out that he extracted the screenshots from his phone and then destroyed the SIM card. Made his phone into, as Jackson says, basically a brick. Right? How is that not suspicious on his part?
Date that any text communication was sent between the two of you would have been Friday, 11:32 p.m. Is that correct?
That's correct. That would have been when we were at the waterfall.
And again, what does the text say there?
Well.
That's from you to her. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then the next text communication is the following day or Saturday, the 29th at 11:54 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
And who is speaking in that communication and what is it?
That is the defendant, and the defendant said John died.
And did you respond to that at all?
No.
And did you have any other communication with Ms. Reed following receiving that text message on January 29th?
No, I have not.
Thanks. Ms. Gilman, you can take it.
He admits no further interaction with her after she says John died.
Sir, if I could.
He admits it.
A couple more questions for you, taking you back on the early morning of January 29th when you had come from Waterfall to Fairview and then you were leaving from Fairview, if I could turn that portion into your mind. When you're pulling away from the residence, the period of time that you were talking about as far as the plow being down and scraping a little bit on the ground, can you call that?
I do.
Well, how much distance are we talking about?
That's a good question.
Distance left.
I think Jackson gets to that, but he might have said, I don't remember, because he says, I don't recall a lot, just like all the others fucking lying pieces of shit, but possibly Olivia Nile. But we may not know.
It's less than
I at least don't.
A foot, I would say. I mean, it's real quick. I heard it.
And then as far as when you're familiar with an area in the front of Mr. Albert's property at 34 Fairview, where there is a flagpole and a fire hydrant?
I do know where that is, yes.
And as you drove by the house that evening, where were you in relation to that part of the yard?
When I drove away?
Yes.
I might have been in the. I was in the street.
Now
I pulled away, so that.
Now we can skip to Cross.
Decided to go over the waterfall, right?
Yes, because physical
retirement events, etc.
As I said.
All right, so Cross is about to start here.
Testimony as.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Who did you come here today with, Mr. Higgins?
Who did I travel to the courthouse with?
Who did you meet here?
An attorney, my attorney.
Is there a reason that you felt compelled to bring an attorney with you for your testimony as a witness in a homicide investigation?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Trial, I should say.
Sustained.
You brought your attorney with you who's sitting right behind you, correct?
That is not my attorney.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were his attorney. My mistake. Where's your attorney?
I don't know. He might be in the courthouse.
Is he in the building?
I don't know where he physically is right now.
Okay. Without telling me anything that you said to your attorney, did you meet with him this morning before your testimony?
Yes.
Did you meet with him during the break? Again, don't tell me what you talked about, but did you meet with him during the break when we took a break a few minutes ago?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And obviously the subject matter, again, without telling me any communication, the subject matter was your testimony here today, correct?
No.
How many conversations have you had with Mr. Lally about your testimony or your proposed testimony in anticipation of you testifying today?
One.
When was that?
That was on Monday.
How long was that conversation?
I would say under an hour and a half.
In person or over the phone?
In person.
Where was that conversation?
That was at the DA's office.
Who else was there?
My attorney, victim witness advocate, I believe her name is Kristen Collins, ADA McLaughlin, ADA Lally, and Lieutenant Brian Tully from the Mass State Police.
Anybody taking notes?
I did not. I don't know if anybody was taking notes.
Well, you were sitting there watching Lieutenant Tully. Did he take notes?
Not that I saw, no.
So you had an hour and a half long conversation with the prosecution team and a police officer witness, and you're telling me that you did not see anybody taking a single note down. Is that right?
That's correct. I did hand something to Lieutenant Tully, but he didn't take any notes in reference to what I handed him.
What'd you hand him?
I handed him a piece of mail that I got at my residence.
Anything have to do with this case?
Well, I believe so.
Was that turned over to Mr. Lally?
No, I turned it over to State Police.
You want to maybe for a second?
Yes.
Now, Lieutenant Tully, who never entered 34 Fairview to search anything. Never once. Never entered 34 Fairview to search anything, but entered Turtle Boy's house to seize his tech. Explain that shit. Explain that shit. Oh, excuse me, guys. I meant to be muted for that. And guys, remember, we've got the fundraiser for Karen's defense going on. Nick Rocco is handling that as he handles all the fundraisers. The fundraiser is that we have on June 8th. I almost said January again. Excuse me. On June 8th, 7 p.m., I'll have Susan Constantine on here. And Cherry is sharing the alternative to the Facebook group. If you're not on Facebook, you donate a minimum of $10 with a screenshot of your donation to send the screenshot to either Nick through the link of Facebook that he'll share in the chat, or to the email that Cherry is sharing in the chat. So that is going to be a live stream where I discuss the behavior, because she is a behavioral analysis expert, better known as a body language expert. Susan Constantine, and we'll be discussing the cross-examination and behavior of most of these key witnesses, if not all of them, up to this point.
Other than that piece of mail that you handed to Lieutenant Tully, was there any other exchange of documents or anything like that? Have you shown anything in anticipation of your testimony?
The only thing I can be recalled showing was a photograph of the exterior of 34 Fairview Road in Canton.
What about the text messages that you just went over extensively? Were you shown those?
I was shown a pile of papers, and I was advised that those text messages were going to be, they were put into another format, so they were easier to read.
And these are the screenshots that you just described on the exhibit.
Well, as I said, he showed me the stack, said they were the text messages. They were in a different format, but I'm assuming that's what they were.
Right. You can donate to Karen's, I think she has a Venmo, but she also has a defense fund link. And Cherry and Nick will share those in the chat. And there's no deadline up until the deadline is, as Nick is saying, up until the show starts, which is June 8th at 7 p.m.
That's what they were.
What was your assignment with the ATF back in 2022?
I was assigned to the Bridgewater Field Office, but I was full-time with the United States Marshal Service doing fugitive apprehension.
And where were you physically officing out of?
Well, I continued to maintain the office at Canton PD.
Okay, but to be clear, you were a federal officer, not a Canton police officer on some sort of a task force with Canton PD, correct?
No, I was not on a task force with Canton PD.
But you did have an office at Canton PD based on a personal relationship that you had with the chief, correct? He gave you this office as a courtesy. Is that right?
So if I can explain.
Yes or no? Was it provided as a courtesy?
Well, working partnership, I would say.
And you've been asked that specific question in a prior hearing, correct?
Yes.
In June of 2023, right?
Yes.
And you explained, look, there was a personal relationship I had with Chief Berkowitz.
I did.
It was born out of
Tragedy.
a family tragedy that he was aware of.
Horrible tragedy, yes.
And based on that personal friendship and that personal relationship, he offered you the convenience of officing out of Canton PD.
I would say that's a good summary.
And in addition to just having an office there, you also had a key card access, correct?
I did, to get in and out.
What was the name that you used? You said it was a proxy card?
I think it's called, I think in the IT world, it's probably called a proxy card. That's what I know it to be.
So you had both a physical office and full access to Canton PD, all based on the friendship and relationship and convenience. Friendship and relationship you had with Chief Berkowitz and the convenience that he wanted to give you for having that office there, correct?
No, I wouldn't say full access. I had access to certain areas within the department.
Well, you certainly had access to and from your office.
Yes.
You had ingress and egress to the Canton Police Department.
Yes.
You could go in and out of the Sally Port.
I could.
You could go upstairs to Chief Berkowitz's office.
Yes.
You could go downstairs to the dispatch area, which is on the first floor, correct?
Yes.
And then you could go out to the Sally Port, into the Sally Port, across that garage, those 2 bay doors at your leisure.
Well, that would exclude the evidence room, the arms room, and places like that. I didn't have access to those places.
Right. But the places that I just mentioned, you did have access to.
Yes, absolutely.
You'd had that office for what, back in January of 2022, probably had that office for more than, what, 3 years?
I would estimate probably sometime around 2018.
2018, okay,
Yeah.
not 18 years, 2018.
No, 2018, I'm sorry.
Okay.
My apologies.
So, maybe close to 4 years.
Yes.
Okay. I want to turn your attention, Mr. Higgins, to January 28, January 29, 2022. By the way, I should ask another foundational question. Are you currently still at ATF?
Am I employed by ATF?
Correct.
Yes, I am, a
Okay.
special agent, yes.
And what is your current billet or your assignment?
Objection.
Is that something you're free to discuss?
I'm assigned to division operations at this time.
Okay, what does that mean?
That's,
You're taken out of the field?
was I taken out of the field? Yes.
Or you no longer in the field?
Objection, Your Honor. Move to strike.
Sustained. Let's move on. You may be able to come back to this.
Thank you, Your Honor. I want to turn your attention now to January 28, 29, 2022. You recall those dates?
I do.
You've been living with those dates for the last couple of years.
Like a nightmare.
John O'Keefe's body was found outside your friend Brian Albert's house
Like a
on the morning of
nightmare.
January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
You've previously testified that on January 28th, you had gone to New York for this memorial service, correct?
Funeral service, yes.
The funeral service, not the memorial, you separate the two?
So, well, the wake would be the night before, funeral, I call them the services. It wasn't a memorial. Memorial to me would be more of like an annual thing. This was the services.
Understood.
Just want to be clear.
So you went with Brian Albert, Kevin Albert, and Eddie Hernandez, is that right?
I traveled down there myself, but I met up with them.
To go to the services?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that you and Brian Albert and Kevin Albert sort of run in the same social and professional circles?
I mean, without speaking for anybody else, I think we know a lot of the same people.
Go to some of the same holiday parties, for instance?
Yes.
Go to some of the same events, whether they're law enforcement events or otherwise?
Without the intention of incriminating any of the other possible witnesses who might lie, I don't want to speak for them.
I'm in parties, yes, things like that.
Might meet up at a bar and have a social drink together.
Yes.
Might share a meal together, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree that you particularly are pretty well connected to the Canton law enforcement community.
Could you qualify that, explain that?
You know quite a few cops, right?
Well, it's a small department, so I do know everybody in the building in some capacity.
Okay, so my question is, you know quite a few cops in Canton.
I do.
You're pretty good friends with, matter of fact, maybe best friends with the chief of police, former chief of police, Kenny Berkowitz, correct?
Yes.
You know Brian Albert, he's a Boston police officer.
Yes.
You know his brother and worked with his brother at Canton PD, correct?
Yes.
So it's fair to say, back to my original question, you're relatively well connected in the law enforcement community, the fabric of that community in Canton. Is that right?
Well, I think that comes with working with people, yes.
Is that yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. As a matter of fact, you've even given a personal toast at one of these events, these retirement events, et cetera, correct?
Chief Berkowitz, yes.
And during the course of that toast, you even said, if you want to hide a body, Kenny Berkowitz is your man, correct?
Objection.
Did you say that? Did you say that?
I don't recall that.
You don't remember telling that joke in front of a room full of folks?
I don't.
If you want to hide a body, Kenny Berkowitz is your man?
I don't.
You will agree that.
Now, that's one of those things that I wish that Jackson had footage of, a recording of. I wish he did, because I feel like if he had it, he would have played it. But, you know, I think he was just hoping to get him to admit it.
Some of your closest friends are some of the more powerful people in Canton in terms of politics and law enforcement, right?
Objection.
Ask it differently.
At that same retirement dinner, there were members of the DA's office there, correct?
Yes.
Matter of fact, the DA, Michael Morrissey, was there.
I believe he was at one point.
All right. And that was the same event that you gave either a keynote speech or some sort of a speech for Chief Berkowitz's retirement. Is that right?
Yes.
How long have you known Brian Albert specifically?
I think I had some interaction with him when I was on the Cambridge Fire Department in my capacity in fire investigations. And then I would say pretty much through my entire career at ATF, you know, I came into contact with Brian.
Give me a number of years.
Well, I've been with ATF now for 15 years. I've probably known him at least that whole time.
You'd say that you have both a social and professional working relationship with him?
I would say, yes, he's a friend.
Frequently drink together?
We have drank together. I wouldn't say
Thank you,
frequently,
Dan
but yes, we've drank together.
Break bread together, have meals together?
Absolutely, had lunch.
As a matter of fact, you were asked at a prior hearing whether or not you could put a number on the number of times that you've had drinks with Brian Albert, and you said somewhere around 50 or something like that? Or actually you said under 50?
Under 50, I think I might have said 30.
And that was in 2 years, correct?
Thank you, Dan
Yes.
B.
So not under 50 in the entirety of your relationship, a 15-year relationship with Brian Albert, literally in the prior 2 years when you gave your testimony in June of 2023. In those 2 years, met up with him and had drinks under 50 times.
Was that a question?
Yes.
Could you rephrase it?
Sure. Is it true that you testified?
Oh, okay.
Answer, quote,
Thank you,
I mean,
Nick.
in 2 years, I mean, maybe under 50, end quote. That was your testimony to how often you socialized with Brian Albert, correct?
So we
I mean,
socialized
but-
more when I started working with his unit.
But nobody clipped it, man. That's a bummer.
Okay, so my question is, well,
I don't know the exact number, but yes, we socialized, absolutely.
that's all I was getting at.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, there's no secrets here, right? He's my friend.
Mr. Higgins, let me ask the questions. I get it.
That's fine.
I get it. You also know Brian Albert well enough to know what his relationship with, for instance, the other guy that you traveled back from New York with, Eddie Hernandez.
I do know Eddie Hernandez. I actually know Eddie the longest out of
So
everybody.
wait,
So you knew Eddie,
so Nick, is there footage of this, but they deleted certain parts, like him giving the toast and this Becky person speaking? Like the whole thing's not deleted, just those parts? Is that true?
or Officer Hernandez
Objection,
before
Your
you
Honor.
ever knew,
Ask the question.
you knew Officer Hernandez before you ever knew Brian Albert?
Yes.
You knew him before you even knew Kevin Albert?
Yes.
And you're aware that there was a physical altercation
Objection,
between
Your
Brian
Honor.
Albert and Eddie Hernandez that you're aware of, correct?
Holy shit.
Objection sustained.
Are you aware that Brian Albert had gotten into a fist fight with Eddie Hernandez?
Objection.
Sustained.
Were you at a Christmas party?
See,
when that happened?
Objection, Your Honor.
I feel like this is the stuff that if it doesn't come up right here, because remember, folks, even though it doesn't seem like it, the defense hasn't even begun to present their case yet. This is still the prosecution's case. This is cross-examination. The defense hasn't called any witnesses up. The defense hasn't given closing arguments yet. I mean, a lot of the stuff that we're wondering, like, well, why doesn't the defense do this? I imagine a lot of this stuff is going to happen either from calling up their own witnesses or in their closing arguments.
Sustained is to that form. You can be specific.
Have you ever been in an event with Brian Albert and Eddie Hernandez and seen them fight?
Objection.
Christmas 5 years or so before 2022.
Okay, the objection sustained.
The defense
that Brian
can
Albert has a
recall
reputation for being a
witnesses.
fighter.
Objection.
Sustained.
As far as I know, the defense can recall witnesses because I remember Eliza Little saying something to the effect of Proctor testifying, and Bev said something to the effect of, and this was the last motions hearing. This is the last preliminary hearing before jury selection began. And she said something like, "Oh, well, that's if Proctor is called to the stand." And she goes, "Well," Eliza Little goes, "Well, if he's not, we'll call him to the stand." So they have every intention of questioning Proctor on that stand. So this is going to be interesting. And I already suspect Bev of trying to block that shit because why the fuck would she even say that? He's on the witness list. Why would she go out of her way to say something like that at a preliminary hearing and say, "Oh, well, that's if he's called to the stand"? And then Eliza Little was just kind of shocked at that statement and goes, "Well, if they don't call him, we're going to call him." Like, believe that shit.
You were asked in a formal interview. Do you recall? I want to make sure I'm clear about some of your prior statements. You had a formal interview with some folks prior to your testimony at a prior proceeding. You understand what I'm talking about?
I'm tracking.
Okay. At the formal interview, which is what I'm going to call that.
Okay.
Yeah, remember, the minimum is $10 to get the link. Minimum is a $10 donation to get the link for the Susan Constantine live stream that I'll be doing on June 8th, 7 p.m.
Formal interview, you were asked about Brian Albert and his reputation. Were you not? Yes or no?
Yes.
You indicated in that formal interview that even Chief Berkowitz was
Objection.
quote, a little afraid of Brian Albert.
All right, so that is the objection sustained. That's stricken. I'll see you at sidebar.
Why is that stricken? Like, see, this is the kind of stuff because I'm asking these questions, but understand I'm not an attorney and I'm not, there's stuff that, do I think personally that Judge Bev is biased? Absolutely. But there's some of the stuff that she's doing here makes me wonder, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know
if what she's doing is fair and what she isn't doing is fair. Like, you have to take every single time that I question Bev's decisions here. You have to take it with a grain of salt, because I'm not an attorney. I don't fucking know, you know.
Close friends with his brother. May I inquire?
Yes.
You are. You're also relatively close friends. In addition to being close friends with Brian Albert, you're also relatively close friends with his brother, Kevin, correct?
I am.
Kevin Albert is a detective with the Canton Police Department. Is that right?
Yes.
And you've worked in the same physical office with him for a number of years?
Physical building.
Physical building, that's a better way to put it.
It's different.
Is that right?
Yes.
And it's fair to say that you've consulted with Kevin Albert on certain of his cases professionally. Is that right?
I've assisted.
And you've also socialized with him, shared drinks with him,
Yes,
gone out to bars with him. Is that right?
Yes, I have.
It's fair to say that you know the Albert family relatively well.
I would say that I know Brian and Kevin the best.
On January 28th, you drove your Jeep Wrangler to the Hillside Bar to meet up with Brian Albert for drinks, correct?
I did.
You said you drank 3 to 4 whiskey sodas at the Hillside. Is that right?
It'd be Jameson and ginger, not whiskey soda.
My mistake. Jameson and ginger. Jameson is an Irish whiskey.
It is.
And ginger is ginger ale?
Yes.
Okay. What was Brian Albert drinking?
If I was to guess, a beer.
I don't want you to guess. Do you know what he was drinking?
No, I don't.
He was drinking
drinking something.
Okay. Alcoholic.
Yes.
You two were probably going round for round. In other words, finish a drink, get another round for the two of you, finish it, get another round.
I don't think no, I wouldn't say we're going round for round.
So he was nursing 1 beer while you had 4 Jamesons?
Well, it would take, say that again?
He was nursing 1 beer while you had 4 Jamesons? What you said?
No, he was probably, maybe he had more beers than I had Jamesons is more what I would say.
Okay, so maybe he had 5 or 6 beers while you had 4 Jamesons.
I'm not going to put a number on it because I don't know.
But it was more.
More than what?
More than you.
Maybe. He wasn't there that long.
Well, it doesn't take that long to drink a beer, does it? If you're sort of thirsty and in a hurry.
Is that a question?
Cherry, can you please drop the Karen Reed Defense Fund link, please? As well. Thank you.
Everything I say up here is a question.
Okay.
Just presume
Well, all right. So.
Well, that wasn't. So. So let's. Question. Yes, Mr. Higgins, that was a question.
All right, let me put a question mark at the end of that.
Okay.
So your memory that Brian Albert had more drinks than you did when you had those 3 to 4 Jameson and Gingers.
To be honest with you, I wasn't keeping track.
He left Hillside and you stayed, correct?
For a short time, yes.
You later changed your mind and ultimately decided to go to the waterfall. You finished whatever you're eating or drinking and decided to go over to the waterfall, right?
Yes, because I'm always saying I'm going to show up and then I kind of do the Irish exit. So I decided it was a long day. It was an emotional day and I decided to join them.
Did you drive your vehicle over there?
Yes, I did.
After having as many as 4 whiskeys?
Yes.
Brian Albert, did he drive himself?
Well, I didn't see him. I dropped him off in Boston PUD district down there in Charlestown, and I'm assuming he drove back towards that way to meet me.
He wasn't with anybody else?
Not that I know of.
So he was drinking at the Hillside Bar and then got in his car and drove over to the waterfall as well?
I didn't see him drive over, but I assume that's what he did, yes.
You went to John O'Keefe's house. I'm going to shift gears for a second. You went to John O'Keefe's house at some point to watch the Patriots game on January 16th, right?
Yes.
That was the time when you indicated that when you left, Karen gave you a kiss goodbye, correct?
Yes.
It's safe to say that that was not some hot, passionate, long kiss, but you think it was more than just a friendly peck, correct?
I wouldn't describe it as a peck. I describe it as more than friends. It was a kiss.
Well, you did describe it as a peck, didn't you?
When?
When you texted Karen Reed and she said it was just a peck, and then you texted.
See, this is where the shift of like Lolly's intention of showing that those text message exchanges between her and Higgins make motive for Karen Reed to kill John. But this is where it's proven that once there's a particular gap, because if you just look at the text messages themselves existing, if you're that close-minded, okay, maybe even still it's super weak. But the problem is that the very evidence that Lolly presents to create motive for Karen Reed to this jury turns out to actually be more motive for Higgins. It's important here because Jackson proves this.
That's the fact. I agree.
Figure of speech.
What the truth, right?
Figure of speech.
After that incident, it's safe to say, we've just gone through a number of them, you exchanged flirtatious texts with Miss Reed. Is that right?
Is the incident you're referring to when she kissed me?
No, I'm saying after that. After that incident, yes, after the Patriots game.
Okay, yep.
You exchanged flirtatious texts.
We did.
With Miss Reed.
I did.
And that was over the course of a few weeks, a couple of weeks, but just 9 days. Is that right?
So it was between the January 12th and I would say before the 28th, because the 28th she didn't respond, and the 29th she sent that last text that John died.
Well,
Those weren't.
You looked at the text, right?
I have.
You just looked at the last couple of texts.
I did.
The last text that she sent of any substance was January 23rd, right?
Well, I think the text. I think the text on the 29th, John died. There's substance there.
Okay, I'm not suggesting. I'm talking about after you said well,
Yep.
28th, right? The text of substance between the two of you, talking between the two of you, not the John died text. That substance ended on the 23rd, didn't it?
I'd have to have the text in front of me to agree with you.
I think it's right here, Mr. Jackson, right in front of the exhibits right there.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Higgins is a snake, but he's a fucking oaf.
Okay, wait, are you directing me to the 23rd?
I'm directing you to the last page. Just look at everything on it. Just tell me if that fresh recollection is the last substantive text about you and Karen before your.
Like, it's so crazy because, yes, there's clearly a cover-up conspiracy here. This has already been established throughout this trial. There's clearly a conspiracy here. There's a conspiracy to protect Colin Albert, and there's a conspiracy to protect themselves from. There's a conspiracy to place Karen Reed at the scene and make it seem like she was fucking drunk and careless, but had motive. But at the same time, there's a conspiracy to protect themselves and each other from not helping John. Because again, everyone seems to have been like, well, okay, we saw John, or we saw Karen Reed's SUV do literally everything. And everybody's story is inconsistent about whose cars were out there too. There's total inconsistencies about Karen's SUV's actions on the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022. Very, very interesting. So there's a whole lot of inconsistencies as far as that goes, but everyone says that they didn't see John's body laying out there or tail light or anything of that nature, right? And the whole point of this is if any of them testified that they saw John's body out there, they're going to be faced with the fact that they didn't do anything to help him. Nobody called 911, nobody who were trained first responders by being investigators and police officers, nobody went to give him CPR, nobody did anything to help him. So they have to protect themselves. Every single one of them feel the need to have to protect themselves and each other. This constitutes a conspiracy. There's no fucking way that all of these people saw Karen Reed's vehicle do all the things that they said that they saw it do without being able to see John's body lying out in the snow. There's no way. There's no way. The excuse is he was covered in snow. No fucking way. No fucking way. There was not that much snow accumulated at this point yet.
Your well.
Yes, it'd be the 23rd at 9:40.
Okay. So it was 9 days of texting between the two of you, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And aside from the kiss goodbye, you two never had any sort of physical contact with one another.
Do you mean intimate when you say physical?
Correct.
Yes.
We're not talking about shaking her hand, Mr. Higgins.
Well, I want to answer your question truthfully.
I would like you to
get him.
Physical, intimate contact with this week, correct?
No, I did not.
There was no other hugs or kisses or certainly no sex.
Nope.
And when she said, "I'm glad you came over tonight," in one of those texts that you just read a few minutes ago, she was referring to the Patriots game with John there and a big crowd there, correct?
Yes.
Over the course of that week or so, Ms. Reed did explain her feelings about her relationship with Mr. O'Keefe, correct? In text messages.
During the pendency of our communication, she did express, right. Yes.
And she indicated that there's a difference between being married to someone and dating someone, et cetera. We saw those texts. Is that right?
Yes.
She also indicated that in terms of the situation in Aruba, she was upset by that, but it's not that big a deal, correct?
It was clear to me she was upset.
And she said, "I don't care too much about that other girl," right?
Well, at least that's what she said in text, yes.
That's what I'm asking you. Is that what she said in text, Mr. Higgins? It's not a trick question.
That's what she said in text.
Right. She said something along the lines of, "I'm just trying to be realistic. There's cracks in the relationship. It's far from perfect." Is that right?
I think that's something she texted.
All right. And you'll agree that during the course of these texts, you were constantly asking for clarity and explanation from her, were you not?
During our communication, I did ask for clarity.
Many times. You
Yes.
saw it, correct?
Yes.
And she pretty much wouldn't answer,
Constantly.
correct?
She was non-committal, I would say.
Which is why you were saying in your texts, why won't you answer the question? And she would parry and not answer that one either, correct?
Well, I didn't want to be stuck in the middle of anything.
That's not my question. I'm asking you whether or not she would answer your question about clarity specifically.
She avoided questions about text.
And that was frustrating because you were very interested in her romantically at that point, correct?
I was attracted to her. I don't know that I would say very interested in her.
You texted things like, why don't you
Dude.
get my number and reach
Dude.
out? That's a quote from the text we just read, correct?
I did ask that, yes.
You said, now what? Is that right?
Yes.
You texted, so now what? Correct?
Yes.
You texted, I would hang out, meaning with you.
Yes.
Correct? You were showing interest in her.
Yes.
You were showing romantic interest in her.
I wouldn't say it was romantic. I was trying to vet it out.
Well, you weren't seeing if she wanted to go see a ball game with you as a buddy, right?
Not really, no.
No, you were showing romantic interest in her, weren't you?
I was trying to vet out what's her interest in me legitimate. It was very normal for me to have that question in my mind when I didn't.
Even Jackson knows that this guy's a cuck.
Didn't initiate this. She did, and I think it was a fair question just to try to find out.
You were showing romantic interest in Karen Reed, weren't you?
I was interested, but I don't think I was at the romantic phase.
Okay. When I say romantic, well, what do you mean by romantic? What's the romantic phase?
Sending somebody flowers?
Dating?
Well, there's a difference between dating and hanging out. I mean,
Flowers.
it's kind of hard to date somebody when you have a boyfriend.
Higgins, close. Not if both people are dating other people, right? Happens all the time, doesn't it?
Well, I think I asked that question too.
Right. That's not my question. My question is, you seem to have a problem admitting that you had a romantic interest
Dude, I sent my mom flowers on Mother's Day, bro. Like, Jesus Christ.
in my client. Is there a reason for that?
I was attracted to her.
Right. Physically attracted.
I thought she was an attractive woman.
Romantically attracted.
I'm not going to go there. No, I don't agree with that.
Of course you're not going to go there because that would put you in a very awkward position, wouldn't it, sir?
Objection.
Not at all.
So the objection sustained is to the form. You can ask it differently, and that answer will be stricken now.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. May I?
Yes.
You were sexually attracted to her.
I was physically attracted to her, yes.
Okay, sexually attracted to her was my question.
Well, I think in the text I said you're hot.
Okay. So my question again, Mr. Higgins, you seem to not want to answer my question. My question is, were you or were you not sexually attracted to my client?
Yes.
Okay. You were saying things like, what do you want from me? And I want the real deal. Those are your words, correct?
Yes.
And the real deal with you would be to date her, to get involved with her, romantically, correct?
No.
He didn't send. He didn't
I want the
send.
real deal.
He didn't send dick pics to her.
Relationship.
What kind of relationship? A buddy-buddy relationship? You just want to go like
The same thing everybody wants, a real relationship.
a romantic relationship?
Bro, what do you mean?
It's possible.
Everybody wants. What are you talking about, dude? Not everybody wants a romantic relationship, dude.
And she was answering with things like, when you said, now what? She answered, I don't know, correct?
Yes, she did.
When you asked, so now what? She answered, I'm sorry, when you said, so now what? She answered, now what? Correct?
Well, I don't have it in front of me, so I can't agree with you. If I'd like to see what you're referring to.
Well, you just read it about 10 minutes ago. Would you quarrel if
I know, but you're giving me portions of it.
you were given portions of it by Mr. Lally as well?
Okay.
Right? Did you text something like, now what? And she responded something like, now what?
I think on one occasion she did, yes.
Okay. And you remember you just read a text where you texted, what do you want from me? And her responsive text was, I don't know. Correct?
I think that was one of the texts.
Again, with this theme of her being non-committal, one way or the other. Is that right?
Well, that's not how I would interpret it as a theme, no.
Well, didn't you just say she was non-committal? That was your word, not mine.
I did, but as I told you, it's been a process of trying to suss it out and see what this was all about.
Right. So when you were sussing it out and determining whether or not you were going to advance this romantic interest, she was sort of non-committal, wasn't she?
Well, not one person advances it. I think that's a joint thing.
When you texted,
Word is mutual,
you want
bro.
the real deal, she responded, it doesn't exist, didn't she?
She did, yes.
And she never once in any of those texts expressed anger or hatred for John, correct?
No, not at all.
But in fact, she indicated more of frustration with the immediate family. The kids, she didn't want to have kids.
In its totality, I would say yes.
And then on January 23rd, as you just saw, she just stopped communicating with you altogether, correct?
Until the 29th, yes.
Correct. Do you know what the term ghosted means?
I think I have a general idea, yes.
She sort of ghosted you, didn't she?
I wouldn't agree with that.
That was frustrating to you, that she just stopped communicating, wasn't it?
No, not at all.
You've been moving through this mindset of exploring a romantic interest with a beautiful woman, thought was interested in you, just like that. It was done, right?
No.
So what communication did you have with her after January 23rd?
Well, she texted me on January 29th.
You keep saying that, but you know what I'm getting to. January 29th was her informing you that a tragedy had occurred. John had died, right? I'm not talking about that, Mr. Higgins, so I don't want to keep playing games.
All right, so that's what we talked about. No more of
Sorry.
that.
After the 23rd, or up to the 23rd, she'd been texting back and forth with you pretty regularly. You just saw it, correct?
She also sent me a text with arrows saying the phone works both ways.
And as of the 23rd, she stopped, didn't she?
The texts were sporadic over those 9 days. I don't know if they would have stopped or they would have kept going.
Well, they didn't keep going, did they?
Well, John passed away.
You know they didn't keep going because from the 23rd onto the 24th, 25th, 26th, 27th, 28th, all the way to the 29th, she never texted, right?
I believe so.
She didn't respond to any of your texts, correct?
Well, she didn't respond to the text on the 28th Friday.
All right, why don't we take our lunch and recess, folks? What I'm going to ask the jury to do is, can we do a 45-minute lunch instead of an hour's lunch today? And also, you don't have to answer me now, but maybe we'll go 4:30 rather than 4 o'clock if that works for you. If it doesn't work for any one of you,
Take a look, if you don't mind, at this is a page from what you've just seen.
so he needs to.
I'm sorry. That was right in front of you. May I approach?
Please.
Thank you. Just a second. Easy to
Maybe
find.
that should just stay with Mr. Higgins.
Thank you. It's easy to find. It's literally the last page. Report permission, may I publish?
Yes.
Does that look like a fair representation of what you're looking at? The last page in that series of texts?
Yes.
At the very top, did you read what you write in the blue bubbles starting at the top?
Haha, stranger, stranger.
And then what was the response from Miss Reed?
Hey, I was at the Hilly all weekend.
And what did you respond to that?
I have not heard from you.
And by the way, if you look at the next date down, what's the date underneath I have not heard from you?
The 23rd.
So this would have preceded the 23rd, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Then on the 23rd, and by the way, after you texted, I have not heard from you, she did not respond, correct?
She did not respond.
Then on the 23rd, she did respond with phone works, correct?
In the arrows, like both ways. Yep.
And then what did you text after that?
I just said, thought you were all set.
And how did she respond?
She said, we're talking? No.
That's all I have for that.
Okay.
Bring the lights back up. So clearly with that last text, her response was, in response to you saying, thought we were all set, she said, with talking, no, correct?
Yep. Yes.
Did that indicate to you that with flirting, yes, we're all done?
No, I didn't read anything into it.
Okay. But you did read what she said with talking, no, correct?
Yes.
And then you responded, how?
Now that's a lot right there. Thought you were all set. And then she clarifies with talking, no, which kind of basically hints to the whole, well, we could still talk, but as far as anything else, not going to happen, dude, but we could still talk.
I said, are you sure?
Did she respond?
No.
Matter of fact, the next time you saw or communicated with her, she was walking into the Waterfall Bar on the 29th, early morning hours of the 20th, late night hours of the 28th, went into the early morning of the 29th with her boyfriend, John O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
Now, you had discussed your flirtations, if I can use that word, that you had with Miss Reed with your friends, at least some of them, correct?
I don't recall that, no.
Do you recall that you openly shared the details of your interest in Miss Reed with your work supervisor at the DOJ?
Well, that was after I shared what happened, that she kissed me. Yes, I did share that with her.
And that was with
that was the first time.
That was with a person by the name of Kate Dowd, is that right?
That's correct.
And that was before January 29th.
Yes.
And that's because your interest in Karen Reed, whether you call it romantic or sexual or whatever, your interest was something that was at least occupying your mind at that point, correct?
No.
It was occupying your mind enough to share it with your boss.
No, what I shared with my boss was the fact that she kissed me. That was it.
Did you discuss your flirtatious relationship with Karen Reed with Brian Albert at any point?
No.
Never.
No.
So you were on a 4-hour drive in a snowstorm back from New York with Mr. Reed. I'm sorry, with Mr. Albert, and your interest in Karen Reed never came up.
No.
Even though he's a good friend.
Yes, just something I wouldn't talk about.
You've been drinking since about what time? What time? That's a bad way to ask it. What time did you start drinking?
When are we at, Mr.?
I'm sorry, on the 28th, when you got back from New York. When did you start drinking?
Well, it wasn't until I swapped out vehicles and I went up to the hillside.
Okay. That would have been, give me a time frame. 9-ish, 8-ish?
It was dark. It was maybe in the area of 8 o'clock.
See,
What time do you think you got to Waterfall?
I like this comment. You're saying, bro, you're trying to play the death card. Now, it's interesting that he does this to gain sympathy with her at the initiation of their interaction. He thinks for some reason that sympathy is attractive. Basically, fishing for sympathy is going to make her more attractive to him, or make him more attractive to her, excuse me. But when John actually dies, she lets him know. She sends him this, assuming that he doesn't know. And yet he never responds back. How is that not suspicious? How is it not suspicious? If he's going to play the sympathy card, right, for death and cancer and, a buddy getting shot in the head, you know what I mean? Like, if he's going to play this sympathy card, then why does he completely cut off any responses once she lets him know that his friend is now dead?
Waterfall.
I couldn't say. I don't. It was after the hillside.
Did before Brian Albert left Hillside, did he tell you that John O'Keefe had been invited over to meet them at the waterfall?
No.
For real.
Is there any particular reason why you changed your mind and left the Hillside to go to the waterfall?
Well, I think, as I previously testified, that it was because I didn't always take them up on their offer, and I usually did the Irish exit, and I decided because of the weather and everything else, and it had been a long day, that I would go down there and join them.
Didn't have anything to do with you knowing that Karen Reed might be at the waterfall.
It couldn't have, because I didn't know she or John O'Keefe would even be there. I didn't know who was going to be there other than Brian's wife.
Do you have any text messages with Brian about going to the waterfall?
I don't recall. He told me about it at the hillside.
And once he got to the waterfall obviously before you did.
He did, I think shortly before, yes.
Any text communications between you and Brian Albert about who was at the waterfall or who was expected to come to the waterfall?
No, not that I recall.
Now, you've already indicated, and I don't think we need to go into a lot of detail about this, but I want to ask you just in general, the mood at the waterfall was good spirits, correct?
It was great. Band was playing.
You did not see any sort of tension between John and Karen?
I did not.
Nobody seemed overly intoxicated?
No.
You had several drinks before you even got to the waterfall, right?
I think it was 3 to 4.
Did you drink additionally at the waterfall?
I did, yes.
Did you drink whiskey or beer or what?
Whiskey.
Okay. How many do you think you had?
I couldn't put a number on it.
Jameson.
You're lying. And you're a piece of shit.
And ultimately you left from there in your personal vehicle and drove over to, that's the Jeep, drove over to the waterfall, correct?
I drove over to the waterfall?
I'm sorry,
I was at the waterfall.
left the waterfall, drove over to 34th Avenue.
I did, yes.
When John walked into the waterfall, were you already there?
Excuse me, were you playing grab ass with Brian Albert at the Waterfall Bar and Grill? I wouldn't call it grab ass, but
So how did you like that? Loved it. I want to ride that horse again sometime. Ooh, yeah.
Yes.
He greeted you, you indicated, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Karen walked in with him.
Yes.
But she did not greet you, did she?
I think they kind of went like that in different directions.
Right.
Yes.
Did she greet you?
No.
Right. So she walked over toward the corner of the bar, and John came over and greeted you, and then walked over and joined her, correct?
Yes.
Karen didn't stop what she was doing when she was over in the corner of the bar and come over and say hi to you?
I didn't have any interaction with her that night, no.
So safe to say that throughout that evening, once she was sidled up next to John O'Keefe or friends that she was with,
I didn't have any interaction with her that night. No.
Never turned back around and came over and even acknowledged you, correct?
That's correct.
So she basically ignored you the entire evening.
That's not how I interpret it, no.
I didn't ask you how you interpreted it. I asked you what she did. Did she ignore you or did she pay attention to you?
Objection.
You can go ahead and answer that. Did she ignore you?
No.
So she paid attention to you. Came over and said hello, shook your hand. Gave you
I didn't have any interaction with her that night, but
hug.
Well, just because somebody didn't come over doesn't mean they ignored you.
Did she do those three things?
Hug? What was the other thing?
Say hello.
What's up, Microdots?
No, she did not.
No, she didn't do any of those things, did she?
No.
It's like you didn't even exist.
I think that's dramatic. No, I don't look at it that way.
Did she ignore you or not?
No, she did not ignore me.
So what did she do to not ignore you?
She was
What's her
working.
interaction with you?
Can I answer now?
Sure.
She, in my opinion, she was working the room, talking to people, saying hello, catching up.
Easy there, Tinkerbell.
The one person she didn't come over to talk to and say hello to and catch up with is you.
Well, I don't know that I was the only person, but I was one of the people that she didn't say hello to, yes.
Treated you sort of like a stranger.
I don't feel that way, no.
She actually positioned herself away from you at the other end of the table on the opposite side in the corner. Isn't that right?
I don't know where she was all night, no.
Did
I don't
that
know.
upset you that she ignored you or didn't pay attention to you?
I did not feel ignored and didn't upset me at all.
But it bothered you enough to send her a text, didn't it?
Right.
No, it was a flirtatious text. It was just, that was it.
It bothered you enough.
That's not a flirtatious text. That's like you're in the bar when you text a woman with something loaded with insecurity like that, such as well, while she's in the bar in the very building under the same roof with you and she's of eye shot with you and you go well, that means you're expecting some sort of interaction with her and are annoyed, possibly even, with the fact that she has not interacted with you. You are seeking interaction with her, you dipshit.
to send her a text that said, with 6 M's behind it.
Okay.
And, well, correct?
Well, it wasn't like that. It was well. That's it.
Just, well, like a well in the ground.
I think you know what I mean.
Yeah, I think you do too, sir. You meant
Like, if you think that that's flirty, bro, like, I mean, come on, dude.
Well,
Fucking beta as fuck,
you need to pay
Microdot.
attention to me.
No, that's not correct.
Well, why are you ignoring me?
It's not correct.
Well, am I chopped liver?
Objection.
All right, that's sustained. Mr. Jackson, let's move on.
At the end of the night, the group basically discussed going back to Brian Albert's house. Is that right?
There was discussion at the table of like, were we going to go to the pizza shop or were we going to go somewhere else? And ultimately, it was 34 Fairview.
Before you left, just so we're clear, when you texted, well, she ignored that text too, didn't she?
Can you say that again?
When you texted her, well, at Waterfall, she ignored that text too, correct?
Well, that was the only text I sent that night to her. Yes.
Okay.
She didn't
Nobody-
respond.
That wasn't my question.
Nobody fucking asked you that, bro.
Well, I don't know if I don't know what her mindset was. If she purposely ignored the text or she didn't see it, I don't know. I didn't read into it.
Did she ignore the text, Mr. Higgins?
I don't know.
Did she respond to the text?
She did not respond.
So when everybody was leaving, did you leave before they did, John and Karen, or did they leave before you did?
I don't know.
You said you were the first one back to Brian Albert's house, correct?
Yes.
Safe to say you were one of the first ones to leave.
I was the first one to leave the waterfall. Probably.
I mean, if everybody's hurting out and you're the first one to get there, you're probably among the first to leave, correct?
Most likely.
Okay.
Gamma.
You never personally discussed going to 34 Fairview with, certainly not with Karen Reed, did you?
No.
And you never discussed it with John O'Keefe either, did you?
No.
You didn't say goodbye or walk over and give John a big hug or anything like that?
No.
Acknowledgement, did you?
No.
You just left.
Well, that's what everybody was doing, just leaving.
Okay. You too, correct?
I did leave, yes.
Bro, there's no way to not laugh at this guy's inverted balls at this point. Like, come on.
And all you knew that at that point, all you knew was that you were going over to 34 Fairview. You did not know who else was invited over to 34 Fairview.
My impression was that it was an open invitation, and I planned on heading over there.
But you did not know who else was coming.
I had no idea who was coming.
And you didn't
That's
say
what I
goodbye.
said earlier, Microdot.
I don't think I said goodbye to anybody.
As the anti-pussy, bro. Like,
And you didn't talk to him about coming over to 34 Fairview.
No.
Yet at 2:20 in the morning, you texted John O'Keefe, you coming here, correct?
At 2:20?
Sorry, 12:20.
I did.
And that had 3 question marks behind it, correct?
Yes.
Did you text Karen about coming over to 34 Fairview?
No.
So at 12:20 a.m., after you left the waterfall and made your way over to 34 Fairview, you were more interested in getting John to come to 34 Fairview than you were getting Karen to come to 34 Fairview.
No, that's not how I would describe that.
But you didn't text Karen, correct?
No, I didn't.
But you did text John.
Yes.
You've indicated that you took your Jeep, your personal vehicle with the plow on it, over to 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
And you were among the first to arrive because you were doing that thing with the sort of playing around by plowing his driveway.
It was a sweep of the driveway, yes.
And then you indicated that you parked in front of the house, correct?
I did.
I know you've been over this before, but I'm gonna ask you one final time so it's completely clear. Exactly where was your Jeep in front of that house?
By the mailbox.
Okay. Can we have, with court permission, exhibit 66?
Okay.
This is a graphic representation of 34 Fairview, not a photograph. Just to orient you, do you see what's depicted in exhibit 34?
Hey,
Do
Microdots.
you recognize it?
I do.
Do you see the mailbox, which is about right there?
Yes.
Okay. Where was your Jeep in relation to that mailbox?
So the back end of the Jeep, the rear, would have been about around equal with the mailbox, and I was not blocking the driveway.
Okay, so you would have been about there, correct? If the right edge of that highlight is the mailbox being right there. You've been about right there on the street, correct?
Well, that would have been the front of the Jeep. We a laser pointer is, it would be the front,
Okay, so the front of the Jeep was facing the flagpole,
towards Chapman Street, correct.
and the rear of the Jeep was basically even with the mailbox strut or stanchion.
It was definitely past the driveway, yes.
Okay. You indicated the plow was a 6 foot, what inch plow?
I think it was a 6'8",
6 foot, meaning the width.
meaning the width, yes.
How deep is that plow?
How deep? Like,
2 foot, 3 feet, 6 inches?
I mean, it's probably a few inches.
Okay.
It's light duty. It's on a Jeep.
Okay. And it's obviously curved and canted to the right.
No, it wasn't canted at all. It was straight down.
Okay, so it's not like I guess I'm picturing in my mind. I don't know that I've ever seen one. That the front of the Jeep is not parallel to the plow. In other words, it would plow stuff off to the right. Is that not right?
I'm not understanding what you're trying to communicate to me.
How is the plow positioned as it relates to the front end of the Jeep? Is it perfectly parallel to the front end, or is it canted one way or another?
So when you're driving you're driving straight locally, where you're not going to have to worry about overheating the Jeep, I would just have the Jeep plow straight. If I was on the highway for a long distance, I'd be worried about overheating, so I would canter the plow, tilt it up so that air could get through the front grill.
So in other words, you can control it.
I can, yes.
How was it that night?
So
How was it canted that night? Was it straight or canted?
it was straight and straight on.
All right. When you walked into 34 Fairview, you indicated that there were people congregated basically in the kitchen area, correct?
There were some people in the kitchen area, yes.
How many people were at the high top table that you described?
Initially, when I walked in, I believe there was Brian Jr., and he was flanked by one, possibly two females.
And you indicated that basically you were positioned in that area with your back to the door for most of the evening.
I was like I would describe this diagonally across from him and had my back to the door that I had come in, which would be the breezeway door.
But at some point, you had moved out of that kitchen area with Brian Albert, correct?
Well, I briefly went and looked at some photos.
Right. So you moved out of that area with Brian Albert alone to go to a different room.
Yes, and I think his wife, Nicole, might have popped in the room for a second, but it was brief.
Did you have anything to drink while you were at 34 Fairview?
Well, when I got there, they didn't have any whiskey. I believe they might have put a beer or something else in front of me. And, I knew it was going to be a short night there because I just wasn't I'm not a beer drinker.
You've indicated in a prior testimony that...
I mean, I would have probably done the same thing. Like, where's the fucking whiskey, dude? Like, there's no way I'm settled. Like, if I got whiskey at home, I'm like, all right, I'll see y'all. I'm gonna be out.
Been upstairs in Brian's house, correct?
Would you say upstairs, like, were you talking like second floor?
Correct.
Yes. No.
Okay. You testified to that in a prior hearing. Is that right?
Yes.
In May of 2023.
Yes.
And you said specifically, quote, "I've never been upstairs." Is that
Yes.
right? All right. You understood when you gave that statement that you were under oath?
Yes.
You were telling the truth?
Yes.
Same oath that you took here today, correct?
Yes.
You indicated that the photos that you saw were on the first floor living room area. Is that right?
I believe that's where they were. Yes.
So the only floor downstairs from the first floor would be what?
The basement.
And the only floor upstairs from the basement would be what?
The first floor.
So if someone were to describe going upstairs to look at the photos that you've described on the first floor, where would they have to be to go upstairs to look at those photos?
Are you saying on the first floor?
Correct. If the photos are on the first floor,
yeah,
and someone said, we went upstairs to look at those photos, where would they have to be?
I guess upstairs.
The people would have to be upstairs?
Well, the photos would be upstairs. Is that what you're saying?
Where are the people? Where would the people have to be to go upstairs to the living room to look at the photos?
I'm not understanding the question.
If the photos are on the first floor, Mr. Higgins,
yes,
the only floor beneath it is the basement.
Okay.
And someone says, we went upstairs to look at the photos, where would they have to be?
Well, who said they went upstairs?
All right, so Mr. Jackson, you can save this for argument. Next question, please.
If Brian Albert said you went upstairs to look at the photos, where would you have to be?
Objection.
Sustain.
Now, Brian Albert had a weight room.
Right. Because if the photos, I mean, either you went up to a bedroom to look at the photos, or you came up from the basement to look at the photos in the living room. Because I mean, it would be in the common area, right? In the living room, in the family room, like, where you keep photo albums and photos, or in the library, right?
Someplace in the house, right?
Yes.
And a gym.
I guess he called it a home gym.
Where was that?
In the basement.
Had you ever been down to that basement before?
Yes, one time.
When was that?
That was during the twins' graduation party. Summertime.
Summertime before?
Summertime before, yes.
Summer of 2021?
Maybe.
So if Brian Albert testified that you've never been in the basement, that would not be accurate.
Objection.
Sustain.
Now, you do recall giving testimony in another proceeding on June 1st, 2023, correct?
Yes.
And of course, the same thing applied. You were under oath. Is that right?
Yes.
You knew that it was a crime to lie under oath?
Yes.
In that proceeding? During the course of that proceeding, you were asked who was in the house and who you saw come into the house, correct?
Yes.
And during the course of that testimony, you admitted that you observed a tall, dark-haired male enter the Albert house that night, correct?
I believe that was in reference to ask it to somebody's brother in a pickup. I don't know if that was during.
All I'm asking you, Mr. Higgins, is did you say that? Did you say a tall, dark-haired male entered the house while you were there?
I said they might have.
Did you say they might have?
Yes.
What a shocker. There were no books.
And that was in reference to somebody's brother.
Yes.
Why am I not surprised?
Isn't it true that you indicated that a male showed up who may have been Julie Nagel's brother, correct?
I said might have, yes.
Right. But there was no question in your mind that a male did in fact show up, and you described him as tall and dark-haired, right?
Yes.
You were asked, a male showed up where? And you answered, quote, showed up at the house. But I didn't know. I think he was there very briefly. I was half paying attention to it. Question, did that male come inside the house? Answer, I believe he did. Do you remember that?
Yes.
So a male did come in the house that night, correct?
No, I said I believe he did. I wasn't sure.
Well, when you testified then, correct?
All right, I want to get through.
Yes.
What was your explanation?
Well, I used a phrase that people commonly used as a butt dial.
So you think it's possible that you may have butt dialed Brian Albert for a 22-second call that you're not aware of?
I think it's possible that he could have been inadvertently called back, but I have no recollection of that, nor did I have any conversation with anybody.
But you admitted that you lived alone, correct, Mr. Higgins?
That's correct.
You had an iPhone at the time.
Yes.
Matter of fact, that number reflecting those records is in fact, or was in fact, an iPhone. Is that right?
Yes.
You already indicated under oath that you don't sleep with your iPhone. You keep it on your bedside table. Is that right?
Most often, yes.
There's nobody else in your room. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you had your ringer on because you were awakened the next morning by a call from Chief Berkowitz, right?
Yes, the ringer was on.
When somebody calls you and you miss the call, there's a notification that shows up on that iPhone. Isn't that right?
I don't know how mine's set up at the time. I don't know.
If you open up your phone app and you go to recents, it shows all the missed calls, correct?
I think you can get to them, yes.
And you know that the iPhone does not automatically call people back.
Oh.
That is not a thing, right?
Stop it.
You miss a call from someone, it's
You
not just
can
gonna
get to them. No, motherfucker. Like, they show up on your fucking home screen automatically. Your home screen, if you have a bunch of missed calls, it says missed call from, missed call from, missed call from, missed call from. That's what it says on your fucking home screen without you even having to open it. It's right there.
Automatically re-ring them.
Yes, I think we both know that, yes.
So to call somebody back, you have to go on your iPhone, open it up from a locked position, navigate to a phone application, then navigate to a contact, and then make a call, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. You can break it down.
Sure. In order to call somebody back, if you've missed a call, you first have to unlock your iPhone.
You would have to, yes.
You can do that either through Face ID or through a 4 or 6 digit passcode, right?
Yes.
Don't tell me the code, but did you have a 4 or 6 digit passcode locking your iPhone at the
That
time?
shit happens on an Android too.
I don't know if it was a digit code or a Face ID.
Well, if you have a Face ID, you have to have a digit code as well, right?
I guess so.
Okay. Did you open your phone with your Face ID or
I mean,
a multi-digit code?
I have no recollection.
That's not even like strictly an iPhone thing, dude. Like when I had a fucking Motorola fucking Razor back in the day, dude. When I had a fucking Kyocera, like the first one that Metro PCS had back in like 2000. Dude, like the fucking the thing would say on the home screen on the little black and white fucking almost looking analog looking fucking home screen would say missed call. It's not an iPhone thing. It's a phone thing. Period.
Of answering the phone or calling anybody back.
You also have to navigate, once the phone is unlocked, you have to navigate to the phone app, correct?
I don't know necessarily if you unlocked it with your face, if it would be right there. I've never thought about it.
Once you unlock that phone app, you have to manipulate the phone on the screen with your finger in order to make a call, correct?
You would have to hit at least one button, I guess.
At least one, right?
Yes.
So that's 3 or 4 interactions with the phone. that have to be
Okay.
physically undertaken
Yeah.
to just make one call.
Type of 1, if you fucking turned off your notifications for fucking missed calls, bro. Please. Type of 1 if you've ever turned off your notifications for a missed call.
One call, right?
But I didn't make any calls.
So how'd you butt dial?
I didn't make any calls. I have no recollection of any calls, nor did I speak with anybody.
After you were shown these phone records at that prior hearing, in that hearing at least, you finally admitted that you
Exactly. Miss me with that shit. Miss me with that bullshit, bro. Nobody fucking turns off their notifications for their fucking missed calls. Stop it.
did in fact call Brian Albert back, but this time you claimed the two of you just sort of sat in silence. Isn't that right?
Objection.
So I'm going to sustain it in that form. You can ask it appropriately, Mr. Jackson.
Did you ever previously testify that you did in fact make the call, but you did not have a conversation during the course of the call?
What I think I testified was something must have happened, but I didn't have any phone call.
Do you remember being asked, quote, did you call him back, end quote, and you answered yes. And then there was a question.
There was a series of questions there. That's only a fragment of what I said.
I'm not done yet, Mr. Higgins. Can you answer my question?
Yes.
To the question, did you call him back? Your answer was yes, correct?
I think it was kind of I must have.
Then you were asked, well, the answer was yes. And then there was a colloquy back and forth where you spoke over each other's words, right?
It was dialogue back and forth about this whole thing. Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Ma'am?
Yes.
You see the pink highlighted question and the pink highlighted
Right.
answer?
Everybody
What's the
turns
question?
off
Please
the
do.
ringer, you know?
Did you
I
call
think
him
mine's
back?
off right now.
Yes.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
She totally called Colin Eddie
You then
Happ.
said a little bit further in that same conversation, I did not have a conversation, correct?
I did not have a conversation with anybody.
And the question following that was, you just listened to the phone, what someone was telling you? Answer, it's possible that the phone picked up on the other end and nobody said anything, and then I terminated the call, end quote. That's what you said at the other hearing under it, correct? Yes or no?
Can I see it?
Sure. Ma'am?
Yes.
Sure. Same page.
Thank you.
The bottom portion in pink. If you read that answer to yourself, please. You have that in mind, sir?
No, can I have a minute, please?
Shut up.
And then I terminated the call. That's the only thing.
Meaning it's possible it could have happened.
It's possible it could have happened that you had a 22-second call with Brian Albert,
I
correct?
did not have a 22-second call with Brian Albert. There was no conversation.
You've had some time to think about this 2:22 a.m. call, correct? Since that last testimony.
Oh,
Time to think about it?
Yeah.
I'm almost
I haven't really thought about it, no.
McGinnis.
So for over a year, you haven't even considered the fact that you were caught with a phone record lying about not having a conversation with Brian Albert at 2:22 in the morning.
Objection.
Mr. Higgins, what was so important that you and Brian Albert needed to discuss something at 2:22 in the morning?
There was no discussion. I never talked to Brian Albert.
That's a fucking
Why
lie.
the 22-second phone call, sir?
Objection.
Sustained.
I want to talk about what you did after you woke up on January 29th, 2022. That was obviously a memorable day in your mind, correct?
It was a sad day.
The very first person you spoke to after waking up was who?
Well, I believe I said I got the call from Chief Berkowitz.
That's my question.
Say that again?
Who's the first person you spoke to on the phone that morning when you woke up?
Brian Albert.
Whose idea was it for you to drive to Brian Albert's house that morning?
It was my idea.
Was it important to you to speak with Brian Albert in person rather than over text or phone call?
No, it was important to support the people that were there.
So of course you drove over to his house. You had an opportunity to speak to him in person without any law enforcement presence, correct?
I was there with everybody, not just Brian Albert.
And Brian Albert was in the house and you were in the house, right?
That's correct.
So you had access to him and others without any law enforcement there. Is that right?
That's correct.
As soon as you got off the phone with Brian Albert that morning, who did you call? At 7:22 a.m. If you were.
I think I might have called Chief Berkowitz back.
So as soon as you got off the phone with Brian Albert, first thing in the morning, the next call you made was to Chief Berkowitz. Is that
Yeah,
right?
yes, because
Thank
he was
you,
the one who
Life
called me
Love.
first. Yes, I called him back.
Congrats, free Karen Reed.
Did you request from Chief Berkowitz any information that he may have had concerning the investigation surrounding John O'Keefe?
All right,
found
so-
at 34 Fairview that morning.
No,
Were you trying to see how much law enforcement knew right away?
absolutely. I didn't even know what happened.
Were you trying to gather information about what happened so that you would know what happened?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No.
What you were trying to do?
No, Your Honor.
All right, so let me get through this real quick. We all watched that big bombshell at the end. Let's I want to show you guys something real quick, just a quick summary. Because this is important. This little summary right here is very, very cute. So check this out.
You acknowledge that there's a 22-second phone call in your phone records, correct?
That's what's reflected by the record.
And 22 seconds is quite an amount of time. Would you agree?
It's 22 seconds.
As a matter of fact, it's about this long with the court's permission.
The court does not give permission. That's argument, Mr. Jackson.
If we were to count off 22 seconds, that's an uncomfortably long time, is it not?
No,
It's long enough to have a conversation, isn't it?
I didn't have a conversation.
Is 22 seconds long enough to have a conversation?
No.
A human being can't have a conversation in 22 seconds?
Sure they could. I don't think it's anything of substance.
Okay, so that's my question. Is it 22 seconds long enough to have a conversation?
I don't agree with it. No.
Going to be asked. I
2
don't know
hours
if there's any
later.
objection to them. I'm not sure I'm going to let them in. But I wanted to give you the opportunity to speak privately with your client in the bathroom there. Can you do it in short order? Or do you need more time?
So this dude fucking lawyers up while on the stand, because that's not fucking that's not shady.
Do it in about 10 seconds.
Okay.
acknowledge that there's a 22-second.
One more time.
I can do it in about 10 seconds. I can do it in about 10 seconds.
So, yeah, this dude, he says 22 seconds is not nearly long enough to have a conversation, but the guy's own fucking lawyer says all he needs is 10 seconds to give his client legal advice. 10 seconds to give his client legal advice. Fantastic. People, we haven't even gotten to the defense presenting their case yet. I mean, one could argue that the prosecution has presented the defense's case for them. I mean, this entire time. One could argue that, because I'm arguing that, all the prosecution has done so far is presented Karen Reed's case for the defense. Prosecution has absolutely done this. And I find it incredibly fascinating. Now, the most important thing to take out of this, in my opinion, this is what you're going to have to look out for before I wrap this up, is Lolly had the intention of showing that by Karen Reed trying to initiate some sort of flirting exchange between her and Higgins, that this gives her motive to kill John O'Keefe. It does not. I mean, it could, but the problem with that is Lolly presents himself. The defense doesn't do it, but Lolly presents himself this gap. He shows those texts. He should have left that shit out if he wanted the jury to think anything, but he shows this gap in time. And he shows Karen Reed basically giving him the cold shoulder. Before she completely ghosts him, she's evasive and she's cold and she's just kind of like, yeah, I'm not done talking. We could still talk, implying we could still be friends, more or less. But then there's this gap from the 23rd to the 28th, a 5-day gap, right? 5 days, no talking whatsoever. And then he initiates it after he already states and he already shows, stranger, I thought you were done with talking. No. And then a gap of silence. And then they're at the Waterfall Bar and Grill together. He says, well, like the cuck that he is. Well, she never even responds. Then the next day, she sends him a text saying, John died. He doesn't respond at all. This would be an opportunity for him, who thinks that death is some sort of aphrodisiac. He completely ignores her, but he took screenshots. Shortly after that. And then later, I didn't go over it here, but later shows and explains that he uses federal equipment, and a federal agent who's a friend of his utilizes his expertise and his equipment to extract the information from his phone before he destroys it. When all he had to do was hand over his phone. He could have just handed it over. But he doesn't do this. He extracts the information before he admits to destroying his SIM card. Before he admits to illegally using federal equipment and federal resources for personal use, before destroying his SIM card, after there has been an order to preserve the information on that phone, to preserve that phone. And wants to act like there's nothing suspicious about it. Brian Higgins absolutely is shady as fuck. And it shows that he had more motive than Karen Reed by texting her, being pissy about it, and then texting John O'Keefe to try to get him over to the waterfall shows he had motive. He was bitter at this point about the fact that Karen Reed did not respond to his text. And then he texts John O'Keefe to get him over to the Waterfall Bar, or get him over to 34 Fairview from the Waterfall Bar and Grill. This eliminates Karen Reed's so-called motive and creates motive for Brian Higgins. So Lolly's absolute intention here backfires completely. The jury sees this. I promise you that the jury sees this. Guaranteed. So, folks, we're just getting started here. The defense hasn't even begun to present their case yet. So far, the prosecution, 5 weeks in, has already presented the defense's case for them. And the defense hasn't even begun to present their own case yet. We got some interesting stuff coming, folks. Guaranteed. Now, guys, remember, we've got the Susan Constantine live coming up June 8th, 7 p.m. $10 minimum donation to Karen Reed's Defense Fund. And you'll get the link for that. It's already set up. It's good to go. And I really hope to see you guys there for that. Of course, you're going to see me before that. And then, guys, I just want to say, well, let me just wrap this up. I want to say thank you guys for subscribing. It's amazing. I can't believe I hit 30,000 subscribers. It's pretty mind-blowing. So thank you guys so much for that. Thank you for all your support. And please hit the like on your way out. I would really appreciate it. Guys, I'm going to go ahead and wrap this up. I believe Turtle Boy's live now. I'll probably head over there for at least a few minutes before I get some stuff done tonight. So I want to thank you guys for joining me and hanging out with me for so long tonight. I hope you enjoyed the live. I love you guys very much, and we will do this again very soon, my friends.